welcome, welcome. Ooh, gotta update those titles. Rust HTMX. Yeah, I throw that in because, you know, people. Ah. All right. Enough of this tomfoolery. Good morning. Good morning. I never know what to put for a title. Honestly, probably the hardest part of a stream is figuring out what I'm supposed to put for a title, especially when it's like right now. Like, obviously, there's times that I know exactly what I'm wanting to do as a title, but there's a lot of times where it's like, well, we're gonna work on Twitch alerts. I guess I could have put Twitch alerts in the title. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna put that. I just pressed the wrong button. Twitch. There we go. There we go. Okay. All right. Let's get into some Twitch alerts. We're just gonna do some Twitch alerts. All right. Let's jump into it. Let's see. This is front end API that we were working on. Cool. Okay, so where we left off with this was we basically got the main function running kind of like we were doing. We don't actually send it anything, which we need to do, but that's okay. At least we can now run it. Right? Yeah. Beautiful. All right. Apollo, how are you doing this morning? All right, where were we Thursday? We had started to... Okay, let's clean up some of this. All right. Where were we Friday? Okay, so Friday we had basically gotten where we have both a WebSocket and a Axum. That's right. So if we run this, we're going to have, we don't print which we're listening to for. Okay, well, let's change that. That's our WebSocket, and it's 8080. It's hard coded right now, but let's Ooh. We shouldn't do this for every single loop. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. 1 second. This should just be done. What? I mean, I don't know why there's a loop, right? This is dumb. Okay, let's just get rid of the loop. Oh my gosh. The things we did Thursday night. Homework is piling up and you're trying to ignore it as long as you can by writing some C#. You know what? I do have some, but my experience with C# is really old. I'm talking about .NET Core 2.0. And I realize it's not even .NET Core anymore. That's how outdated it is. So I think I have C# here though. I think it's just .NET. I think that's no, it's not. What is it? What is it? It's not C#. I thought it was .NET. I must be wrong. Maybe I uninstalled it. I thought I did. All right. Let's see. Got rid of that loop. That's amazing. That was not amazing. That was terrifying. Bro, Postgres. Did I actually misspell .NET? .not. Oh my gosh. .not to the rescue. There we go. I do have .NET. I thought it was .NET. But that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. Okay, cool. I do have it installed. But I haven't used it. Good morning. I guess I have no SDKs. I mean, this is not. Is this for like inside a .NET project though? Because I this isn't in a project, so there's not anything to list. Like this is a Rust project. Links are allowed. I'm warning you though. Links are allowed because no one abuses it. There we go. There's your warning. There are some restrictions to who can post links. You have to have like a month-old account to post links, and you have to be signed in. I think that's the requirements for posting links. All right, this got infinitely better. Okay, so yeah, we're posting this. So what we need to do next is actually post, not hello world to not hello world to the index. We need to actually post the HTMX stuff. Let's just see that this is localhost. We said 8080, right? I think we did. Yeah. Hello world. Cool. So this should be where our Twitch alerts is, and this should do the Twitch alert thing. Okay. Cool. Rust for .NET devs. Cool. Synchronization. I always hated the system. Because to me, like, the system was part of standard library, but it's not in standard library, it's just system. That was always confusing to me. I would have much preferred, like, STD system or something. But I think that's being nitpicky. I get it. Let's see. So they don't have like a mutex? How do you protect? They're just throwing this lock? That's horrifying. Is this not? This can't be as bad as it looks like. Oh, wait. It's just new object. Oh boy. We're not doing this morning. My brain's not. They just make an object and that's their data lock. But then are they not locking the actual thing? I don't think I understand this, but it's okay. I'm sure it's safe. Probably. All right. Let's get back to this. So we need to return the HTMX template here. Now we were using mod here for this markup. I think though we might use Akashi, I think, to return a template because this is going to be kind of large, right? Let's go check that out. What was that called? Oh, well, it's the to-do app that we made. Oh, we need to go code HTMX test to do Axum Akasha Askama. I think that's what I've said, but I'm not sure that that's. I'm not sure that's right. I'm fairly positive it's wrong. But so this will allow us to do just like this, which has all of the all this. We could do it through mod here, but that would just be a really big mod. I feel like that's not where mod shines. Yeah, so we don't need we just really want this head. We want like this, right? Well, let's not do that. Let's just yank it. Oh, I don't know how to make a file. I need to make a file. Do I know how? And the answer is probably no. There we go. There we go. Let's see how to create a file. There's create. MC Hammer. I thought I was doing MC. One second. Wait. I am doing MC. Did I use the official Rust book to learn Rust, or was it a handful of different resources? Okay, you know what? We're just gonna cheat. We're gonna cheat. Like this. There we go. I don't know. It wasn't M is the leader, right? So it should have been leader C, right? Or was it looking for alt C? I was thinking M was for leader, but I'm thinking that it's not for leader. That's my bad. Okay, well, we're going to do it anyways. Templates like this. Done. And now, ooh. Okay, you know what? I actually need to learn to make a file in Vim. I need to make files in Vim because this is ridiculous. This is stupid. All right, so we're in here. We need to make a file here. Actually, we can make a file here just by typing it, right? So this would be index.html. Did we yank this? I think we did. So everybody learns differently. That's one thing that I'm going to be able to tell you fairly quickly. So just because something is how I do it, or you know, something is, you know, this is how whoever did it, whoever learned some way, this is how they did it. Oh my gosh. Like, don't take that as the way you have to. If you're struggling to learn, it's a fantastic way to try something different. All right. So I'm struggling to learn this material, and you know, this other person has this other way. It's a great thing to try, but also understand that you're unique and that a lot of people learn a lot of different ways. I really struggle reading, so I actually do way less reading than I probably should, because reading and reading comprehension are very low on my list of strong points. So a lot of people get a lot more from reading than I do. I do read, and I do force myself to do it, but I'm really terrible at it. So the point being, everybody learns differently, and don't take what works for somebody as, you know, even somebody that you respect is, I'm not saying that you respect me, that's not my point, but I'm saying, like, even those people that you respect and be like, oh, they've learned so much in their life, and that's fantastic. But the people that have learned a lot have learned two things: one, to enjoy learning, and two, to how they learn best. Those are like the big two things that they've probably done. They've learned to enjoy it, and they've learned how they learn best. So that would be my recommendation to you, is like, yeah, take what other people do and take it as like, oh, that's an option. I never thought about standing on my head while reading. Like, maybe that helps. I don't know. I haven't tried that one, but it's great to take those people. Thank you for the follow. But also, then if it's not working, be like, I'm glad that works for you, Merrick. Stand on your head. Then it doesn't work for me. Sucks. Yeah, so the Rust handbook is good. The Rust cookbook. This is good. The Rust book is good. I'm trying to think of other reading things. The thing that helps me when learning to code, and I'm not even going to lie, like, I can read as much as I like about a language. The thing that gets me is to actually doing it. That's why, like, I have this little Rust class on Thursdays, and I know or Saturdays, and I know we're super busy or super basic at this point, but the reason I do that is because that's how I learn another language, another framework, another whatever, is to actually just use it. You know, we're learning a little bit of HTMX this morning. I don't know HTMX. I've read about it. I can tell you about it in theory, but theory goes so far, and then you just got to use it gotta feel it, gotta understand what it's like to actually do something with it. I don't actually like HTML from theory, but we're giving it a good shot with a real project here. Okay, so we got the HTMX stuff loading in this. Now we just need to use Askama to load it. Which I don't really remember how to do, so we're gonna look here really quickly. I believe there's let's see, I think this one. Maybe not. Where is index? All right, here we go. Let's see. What is this index template? This is what we need. Thank you. But again, just because that's how I learn, doesn't mean it's the best way to learn. It doesn't mean that it's the best way for the large portion of people. I'm not saying it's a bad way. I'm just saying, you do you. And to be fair, also, I think this is another reason people don't find the joy of learning, is because they try or are forced to learn in a way that isn't enjoyable for them. And obviously, some of growing up is dealing with it. you know, like sometimes I learn stuff in a way that's not enjoyable. You know, when I fail, it's not enjoyable. I failed many of times in my personal and professional career, and it's never enjoyable. I still learn from those because I don't want to repeat them. But there's always times where you're going to learn in ways that aren't fun. And part of growing up is learning to be okay with that. But the other part is, if you are going out to learn, try to make it as enjoyable as possible, whatever that means to you. Well, that means, you know, whenever you learn a new framework, you go out and get ice cream, or I don't know what's enjoyable for you. Please don't tell me. I don't want to know. I'm in ignorant bliss of what is enjoyable to you. All right, let's do this. I've never really done any of this HTMX stuff in Rust. We did this little, we played around with this little example for a little while, but that was about it. So we probably need another file here. Let's do that. Let's just call this, how do you do it here? This was just in this one. Not exactly what I wanted to do. Let's do... Naming's so hard. I just want to call it htmx.rs. You know what? We're going to do that for right now. All the HTMX stuff is going to go in here. Do not follow. Naming is hard. Do not follow my lead here. All right. So I really don't think we have any template. This is just like pure HTML that we want to do. We don't even need a template, right? So the weird part is, interestingly enough, is basically when we first want it rendered, we want nothing to be rendered. That's the idea. We can always put an H1 in there for sure. But what we want to do is, I guess the one thing that we want to happen is there's this WebSocket, and we want the WebSocket to make a connection back to the server. But there's no templating, right? Because, yeah, there's no templating. We don't need a template. We just actually want to serve the raw HTML. So we don't need to do any of this template stuff. That's fine. Yeah, what we do need to do is put the HTML or the, let's do that. HTMX WebSocket. Because what we're going to be doing is pushing down a, so we need this in our, I said template, but it's not a template anymore. I think it's just going to be what it is. That was a bad key combo. Okay, so we need this because this is the WebSocket. Mohammed, sorry, I missed your comment on YouTube. I'm sorry. How are you doing? All right, so how does this project work? Well, do not take this project. This is a learning opportunity for me. But how it works is there's a couple components. And it did this several different ways. So we have this Twitch event list there. And basically, while we don't actually have a message bus, you can think of it as there's this message bus. We kind of do this message bus all in Rust at this point, but there's this message bus, and this basically just listens to events on Twitch and puts them out there onto this message bus. The only thing that consumes those right now is our AI admin, AI manager, who says, "Okay, you hit the follow button. You're following. Let's auto-generate you a follow message." It does that, and then it makes a different request on this message bus that says, you know, this person followed and this is their message. And then we're at this front end portion, which right now, how it works is that there's also a Wasm front end. And this front end actually keeps WebSockets with every front end that connects with it. And whenever there's a new message on this message bus, it pushes those out. If you think this is overcomplicated, it's eventually for a YouTube video, this architecture. You don't need this for a single application. Now, why I say it's like this is when we compile it, they get compiled into a single application. So there's not all of this message bus, like you don't have to spin up Kafka or whatnot. They get compiled like this. But they're built like this, individual units. That's why if you look at it and you're at the front end code here, you're like, oh, there's fairly little stuff, and that's because it's all separated out into this little piece here. You don't have any of the AI stuff or the Twitch stuff, which has the majority of the code. Thank PostgreSQL. You're killing me with your name. Good job. Thank you. Yeah, that's basically everybody gets a custom auto-generated message. It gets saved to a database. The idea is eventually you guys will be able to see them on my website as like supporters and whatnot. So, all right. So, but what we're doing is getting rid of this WASM front end. We're adding a queue here, and we're making it HTMX. We're learning HTMX while we're doing it. Yeah. Big reason we've done this is right now, this queue that we're talking about is on the front end. And so when I did my big database day last Friday, not yesterday, but a week before Friday, I disabled Twitch alerts, but they were still running because that's how they get put in the database. So everybody that followed got their message, got put in the database, blah, blah, blah. But what failed was I couldn't replay them. So the idea here is that this front end is actually going to have a queue. We're going to make an admin dashboard for it that I can access. And that admin dashboard is going to allow me to click a button to say pause alerts. And then it's going to have another button that allows me to restart alerts and those types of things. So that way, like if I have an event where we do an hour thing and then have a 15-minute intermission, those people that gifted subs and things and whatnot through it can still get the recognition in the intermission. And they can still get to see their message, because the people that followed and that gifted subs during that event never got to see their stuff, which was sad. We built all of this for you guys to get to see it. Let's actually get to see it. Oh, that did not paste well. That did not paste well. Oh boy. All right. Let's see. Let's update these a little bit. A chat room. Alert. This is going to be the alert. Mr. Togglebit, how are you doing? Did you have a good stream? Did you stream today? If people don't know, Togglebit does one of the best Rust streams out there. So, Apollo, you were talking about learning Rust. He knows Rust better than I know the bottom of my feet. Not even in Discord. He knows Rust better than he knows Rust. That's right. Go, seriously, go give him a follow. He has a face for radio and a voice for it too. His voice sounds fantastic. I actually love listening to him while working on stuff. Love having his voice in the background. I don't know that was as much of a compliment as I meant for it to be. My apologies. I'm being serious. Go follow him. He has a fantastic accent. It's like the perfect level of accent to make it unique, but not difficult to listen, like understand and hear, which is amazing. I just have a very flat no accent, which is easy to understand, but although I still get I still get comments on my YouTube videos about being difficult to understand. So you never win. All right, let's move on. All right, so let's see. We have a div alert. This is where we're going to swap in alert stuff from we don't need the form stuff. We don't need to send. We just need to receive, right? Right. We're doing no sending. And this is going to connect. Let's see. This is going to connect to WebSocket. Interestingly enough here, is it, can I not give it a port? Can I do like 8080? Or we're on 9000? Configuration. Create WebSocket factory function that can be used. One second, I'll make this bigger for you guys. It's maybe for myself too. WebSocket extension supports 2 configuration options. Create WebSocket, a factory function that can be used to create a custom WebSocket instance. Must be a function returning WebSocket object. WebSocket binary type, a string value that defines a website. Which type are we using? We're using WebSocket connect type. That's neither of these. Neither of these. Okay, no problem. No problem. The example above establishes a WebSocket to the chat room endpoint. Content that is sent down from the WebSocket will be parsed as HTML and swapped in by the ID property, using the same logic at out-of-band swaps. Wish I knew what that meant. Togglebit, we're all super excited because part 3 of this is when we do the TUI over here. TUI. Which is going to be powered by Anathema. And this TUI is going to allow us, this AI that's over here is going to generate words. And we're going to do 2 things with it. There's 2 games. So when I take breaks, the plan is to have Twitch plays Myrtle, because I probably can't use the word Wordle because it's not actually Wordle. And this is Merrick's version of Wordle, so Myrtle. And Twitch plays no D&D, which is not only D&D, which is very similar to D&D, but it's where the AI basically makes options and Twitch chat gets to pick the option and they build out their story. So I'm very excited about you finishing that, because that's like next after this HTMX stuff goes. No. It's Wordle. It's Wordle and it's D&D, but I probably can't actually use those words. So we'll probably go with Myrtle. And since I work for a NoSQL company, we'll probably do no D&D. Not only D&D is the is what we'll be playing. Super original, I know. I don't know what this Myrtle.com is. Is it safe? I don't trust Togglebit. Oh, this looks fun. This kind of looks fun. All right, we'll have to come up with a different name than Myrtle. We'll have to come up with a different name than Myrtle. All right, so where we swap in is designated by the server. Okay, that's perfect. What we're going to do is we're just going to keep replacing this div, the alert div. Because what we're going to do is when we want an alert to be there, we're going to swap in an alert. And when we don't want an alert there, we're going to swap in just the empty div again. While we're testing, though, let's do this. Let's do H1. Yeah, we'll just leave it like this. Although we don't have Thank you, AI, for... We don't have any... We don't need a class. We don't have any tailwind in this project. Well, Apollo, I didn't mention it because I don't love it. I didn't mention it because I don't love it, because it didn't encourage people to write stuff. And I found myself in this weird place where it's like, you could, and for people who have a hard time reading, great, but the Rust book was just as good, if not better. So I found, like, you know, I guess it's maybe for a niche of people that don't want to just read the Rust book, which the Rust book is really fantastic. So, and that's why I started doing these Saturday things, because I wanted to encourage the people to actually write the code and actually join in and actually do the things. I think is kind of where I was. I don't know. I'm trying to help people out. I'm not sure I've found my flow in that just yet. Yeah. All right. So let's. I don't know if this WebSocket thing will accept this port. So we have some events we can listen to. Let's just try this and run. Okay. The last thing we need to do is actually in this main, we need to serve that that file, right? In this. So instead of this, we need to get that file, which I don't know how to do that. Over here, we used Askema. But we loaded it as a template, right? This is like a template. There's template-y stuff in here, but we don't have a template. So do we just load it as a string, like an HTML string? Your university has videos? That's cool. Mine didn't. Maybe we just pull it in as a template, even though we don't have any template stuff. We don't have any sort of... yeah, we don't have any sort of template stuff. But we could just treat it like an Askema template. Yeah, we'll just... I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. We'll see. We'll see if this is the right way of doing this or not. It's probably not. We'll do this. Index template. Yep. Then we can just do this. We don't have anything to pass into it because we're not doing anything. Can we just do... Okay, so can we just return, instead of a markup, this index template? Is this what we can do? And then we can just do that? Is that all we have to do? Did we not create cargo? Do we not have these? I might have deleted them. Because I was thinking we didn't need them. And then, yeah, I did delete them. Okay. All right. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you enjoy your complimentary, personalized message. Sometimes that AI knows more about you than you do. For sure. All right. Let's just try running this. All right, and then if we go to localhost here, and go to 8080, it should be blank, right? Oh no, we did put a to do. So it is serving. Did it make a connection though? Let's actually check this out, network, because it should make a WebSocket connection, right? Do we print anything when we make a WebSocket connection? If we don't, we should. If we don't, we should. Let's see. Wait. We have red here. We have red. I have a 404. Oh, on our style sheet. Okay. htmx.org. Uh-oh. We failed on these. Not found. Uh-oh. I messed something up. What is the latest and greatest HTMX? HTMX base HTML. No, I just want the basic. 912. What am I doing here? I'm on 9.5. Oh, so far. I'm so far behind. Let's do this. All right. This is probably the entire problem. Shoot. Okay. I suck at Vim. It's okay. I admit it. We even got a nice integrity SHA in there. A 684 SHA. Nice. Some nice cross origins anonymous in there. All right, let's maybe this is working better. But you know what this is telling me though? We're loading our template. We're loading our file. We're getting this to do with HTMX. Beautiful. I don't know that we're getting our WebSocket connection back, but one step at a time. All right. We got rid of one of the failures. That is for sure. This was already on 912. That might have been one of our problems. Let's change this to 912. Let's change this to 912. Oh, okay. Yeah. We don't have hot reload. That's a booger. That is a booger. Somebody's gonna say cargo watch. Do it. I dare you. All right, that didn't help this. I don't know what this is for either. I just copied and pasted it. Download a copy. Don't need that. NPM, Webpack. Not using any of these fancy things. Maybe I don't need this line. I'm just gonna delete these two. We'll add them if we need them. All right, let's hot reload that. I know what hot reload. Okay, we also don't have a main CSS. We'll fix that somehow. All right, we'll fix that later. Now, let's see. Our WebSocket JS. Let's add a message when we get a WebSocket connection. Let's see, that's handled down here, right? Handle connection. Yeah, so we do. So we're not getting a new WebSocket connection, would be my guess. We're at least not, you know what? Let's put this up here, just make sure that, there we go. So I don't know. The other thing that I don't know is this here. I'm not sure this is correct. This. Oh, this is definitely not correct. You know what? Let's do this. We're just like at the root. We don't have a path for it. Not yet. Let's see if that fixes it. It's weird, though, if this says that it's okay. Because if it's actually trying to make a WebSocket connection, I think this is actually just getting the extension, which is not what I'm looking for, right? Because this should connect. But I don't see a network thing for it to actually connect, right? So this is the localhost request. That's the base at 8080. And we don't actually try to make a connection. We're not actually trying, like, it's not failing either. There is just no... All right, let's get back to the documentation. I've screwed something up. This is on me. All right, full example. Full example. All right, we did this. We did prefix URL. Yeah. Oh, okay. The WebSocket extension enables easy bidirectional communication with WebSocket servers directly from HTML. This replaces the experimental HXWS attribute built into previous versions of HTMX. For help migrating from older versions, see Migrating Guide at the bottom of this page. Use the following attributes to configure how WebSockets behave. WS Connect or WS Connect prefix URL. So I'm guessing that our URL is, you know, our... Oh, you know what? Maybe it's like this. Maybe it's like this. That feels wrong to me. Prefix colon URL. This feels very, very not correct. I don't know what they mean by prefix here. I don't think this is the right way of doing it. I'm doing it though, just in case. Just in case this is somehow. Yeah. Still nothing. Huh. I think what they mean here is like WS. Do we need to do like localhost? Localhost 9000. I mean, in their examples, they didn't, but I don't know. Check out this hot reload. Oh, so sweet. Such sweet hot reload. Oh, wait. I think we've done fixed it. Switching protocols. Oh, new peer address. Okay, so we just needed to put the whole thing in there. Well, that was confusing. Maybe nobody else was confused, though. It's possible it was just confusing for me. I mean, I'm not smoking anything. Like, their example just did, like... Yeah. Just like a / chat room. I guess if you had like ingress, putting this to a different server, this might work. I don't know. I'm not very good at this stuff. Okay. So we have a WebSocket connection. Oh, that's cool. Now we need to just switch things into it. ALS's journey. How are you doing? All's journey. All's. Togglebit's not here. He's hiding. Togglebit is definitely not here. All right. Wait, would that be Al? I think that's Al, right? AL is Al. I'm thinking about the this was before my time, but there was like an alien that liked eating cats, right? There's an alien that liked to eat cats, right? I think it was Al. I'm not gonna Google this straight here. Or was always threatening to eat cats. Okay. I think that was Al. That's the only way I... Isn't there... one second. I need to Val. I'm not gonna Google this on stream, but I am gonna Google it really quickly. Alien who ate cats. Alf. It's Alf. Oh my goodness. I was really close, but I'm pretty sure this was before I was born. Alf. That. When was it created? Yeah, before I was born. I do believe they... Yeah, I don't know. All right. Let's get back to this. Okay, so we have a WebSocket connection. Sweet goodness. Now we need to switch stuff into it, right? You always said no problemo. Oh, no problemo. Touche. All right, so now let's switch stuff into this. Let's do that. What we need to do, we probably need to do a little bit of plumbing to do this, right? Because in here we create this, but then we have no way to actually, we probably need to put this on a thread. So, because this is going to consume this, because this run inevitably, it has to consume or else it would drop, right? Yeah, it does this. Wow. It's sitting there accepting new connections. So we'll just do a quick, we'll just run like a Tokyo spawn async move. I hate my, okay, I need to fix my autocomplete. Tokyo spawn, let's see. Togglebit, you're in hiding. Stop talking. I told him you were definitely not here. I told him you were definitely not here. You're the worst lurker. You are literally the worst lurker. Togglebit. Togglebit is the worst lurker of all time. Just in case people don't know. He is the worst lurker. All right. Oh, that's sad. Togglebits is one of my favorite streams. I also don't get to watch him as much as I would like to. All right, let's see if the AI can do this. Write something that sends a message to the receiver. It has a comment. You know what? Let's actually get close to it. Yeah, right here. All right. Why does it always want to give another comment? I don't want you to have another comment. No. The AIs are so dented. Thank you, my AI. You are so helpful. Yeah, this is Copilot. No, it's not auto comment because I actually did a new line. See, this is the AI looking to add. Like, this is what it's recommending right here. This is the AI recommending to do a / space let message equals display message. We have a new line even. Okay, so towards the end of July. Maybe I do it on my birthday. I don't know that I want to dox myself that much, so maybe we won't do it on my birthday. Let me look really quickly. I'm thinking maybe August 2nd, I take a day off. And we do 2 straight days of the AI games. We do it just like 8 hours. Friday, Saturday, 8 hours, AI games. We see which ones are best and whatnot. Technically, it just works. You just have to uncomment it. It makes me so angry. Like, it didn't used to do this, but now it really likes writing comments for some reason. Let's not write hello world. Let's write... This way we know it actually... It wants to write another comment. Like, this is getting just unusable. Unusable. Copilot. I don't know what happened to you. Who hurt your feelings? I guess it was me. Okay, it can't write it. It can't write it. So we're just going to write it. Well, let's see. We're just going to do a loop. Yeah, and then okay, this looks better. Can we send this on the TX? You know what? We need to unsingle line this. Right. All right. 28. Wait. What did I say was a good hackathon project? Maybe I didn't realize that it was a good hackathon project. But okay. So maybe August 2nd and 3rd, we do the summer games of the AIs. And we pit them side by side. Amazon Q developer. I know we did the winter games. I have a video that I'm going to release. My ultimate guide to leveraging AIs. Okay, that's something I need help with. Is naming. So I'm going to be releasing. I've been working on it. It's actually over here. I'm working on it, and right now the working title is the ultimate guide to working with AIs as a software engineer. Okay, that's not a great YouTube title. So we need a better one. If you have an idea, you let me know, because I want to release it with my AI games. Like, I want to release it the week before, just in case people want to join in the AI games. But yeah, I need a better title. Okay, let's see. We're gonna send this. What does it not like about this? The return type of this call. Does it like this better? We want a display message. Yeah. It named it display message. Oh my goodness. Okay. This AI. Let display message equal display message. Hello from HTMX. I think that is a string. Image URL none. I think all of these can be none. Yeah. No. Okay. Okay, so we'll just give them empty strings. We should update these to be optional. Yeah. So this is actually something I want to implement soon, is the ability to dictate which sound to play. Right now we just have one sound, so it's been not used, but I want to be able to, like, subscribers. I think we're going to do the 2001 Space Odyssey sound. You're gonna spend 2 days hacking? Oh, well, it's not really hacking. What we do is we see which AI programs the best. We also do a little bit of prompt engineering to understand it a little bit better and figure it out. We don't make anything useful at the end of it. It's just to test how good the AIs are at that time, and to learn how to leverage them, or if you can even leverage them and make yourself faster. Which right now it's done a bang-up job of being pretty terrible, actually. Today, it's just not been very good. Not very good at all. This is... Okay, let's just do... we'll just... It doesn't matter, because we don't have the logic in there. And the payload. Oh, this... We send the whole Twitch event. Ew. Ew, I forgot that we send the whole thing along. Is this easy to create? This is not easy to create, right? Let's see. The follow event is probably easiest. Yeah, we'll do the follow event. All right. There we go. The AI got something. The AI got something. My goodness. Okay. Thanks. Thanks for the follow. Hope you're having a good day. All right. Let's see. This is looking good. Payload, some user ID. Done. Then we need to sleep. Let's see if the AI can do this. Oh, look at that. So every 5 seconds, we're gonna send something to the front end. Beautiful. Okay. Let's close this down. Hot reload. And let's go back and also hot reload our front end, right? I know what these terms are used for. All right, so it's sending. It's sending. We have to do with HTMX. We should get that swapped out, right? Oh no, we shouldn't. We shouldn't, should we? I will tell you why. I got so excited about this, but we don't actually send an HTMX payload. So yeah, it's obviously upset. It's obviously upset. We gotta correct that. Okay, so we send this receiver in here, and that receiver, where do we actually do the sending? Okay. I don't remember where we actually do the sending. Here we go. What we need, though, is we need a fully fleshed out HTMX message, right? Oh, so when do we make that? I guess we could just make that right here. Right, because we're making this as JSON right here. Instead of making that as a JSON message and sending it to the front end, we'll make it an HTMX. Make this is in that's in Git. We'll be fine. Make HTML message to send to front end. All right, let HTML message equal div. You know what? This is acceptable. Now, what we need to do is in HTMX, we need to decide where it's going to swap in, right? Will append to the notification div, will be swapped in using the extension. I'm sorry, Russell. I didn't actually see your co-pilot, a developer's imaginary friend. That kind of makes me want to make an AI that will pretend to be your imaginary friend. It's like always worried about you telling people about it. I don't know why I get so much enjoyment out of stupid stuff. Okay. So we need to do something like this. HTMX swap. We don't want to swap beforehand. Let's see. Out of band swaps. We need to understand what we're swapping. ID alerts. This is what we want. Yeah. I think this is what we want. So now we need to do this here. Let's see. Let's just make a comment out of this. I just want that. Okay. Okay, so we have the div. Oh. How do we do ID and all this stuff in mod? Right? Let's see. We gotta Google that. Rust MAUD. All right. Elements and attributes. All right, custom elements and data attributes. Mod also supports elements and attributes with hyphens in them. This includes custom elements, data attributes, and so we just do it inline right here. Okay. So to do this, we're just going to do that. All right, and then this doesn't like this. Mismatch type. Oh, we want HTML message. This right here. Okay. Maybe. I'm not sure. Oh, it doesn't even compile. That's the best. Expected a string. Found a pre-escaped string. All right. How do we make this a non-pre-escaped string? Does it tell us? Dane, did I miss an event? Let me check. Dane, you resubscribed. Okay. Now, this is the thing that I've noticed. My system didn't get it. But resub events are not public unless if you public them. Oh, you did. Dane, you're a legend. Let me give you a. I don't know. I've had this though. Resub events. Are resub a different event? Is that what it is? Oh, that would be terrifying. Is that because I don't support if resub is an event? I don't, because I have had this before with other people. Listener service. Let's actually just get to the bottom of this really quickly because this is terrible. I don't remember where this was. Let's see. I think it's here. Is there like a resub? Let's see. Cheers not. Points aren't supported. Channel subscription, channel raid, subscribe V1, follow V2, are all supported. Let's jump into this enum and oh, that's my enum. Let's jump into this one and see. Subscription message, channel subscription message. I don't even know what that is. Channel subscription gift, channel subscription end. Ooh, I can do something on the end of a subscription. Oh, that's promising. User authorization, revoke, grant, update, stream offline. Ooh, these are promising things that we can do stuff with. Hype trains. I need to do hype trains. I've gotten a hype train before. Channel goals. Ooh, okay. Channel shout out. So when I give a shout out, I can actually do like something on screen with the AI. That's gonna be fun. Prediction, poll. The only thing that I'm seeing here that I don't support, like I have the channel subscription, is there's a channel subscription message. And Dane, I think you posted something. Let's check that out. Channel subscription message is a resubscription? They couldn't have named it resub or resubscription? What? I don't support this, and I'm sorry, because like, let me give you guys the shout outs that you deserve. Dane, Russell, I know that there's more of you that haven't gotten your resub notifications, and this is my bad. I know the two of you specifically. If there's somebody else, please let me know, and I'm super sorry. I haven't been dealing with it. All right, we've got to push through this because it doesn't compile. You know what? I might make an exception and go back a commit and update it. Because that's a pretty bad bug, to be honest. We'll get it fixed today. I'm so sorry. Well, thanks, Dane, for calling it out. I thought for some reason, like, people weren't, like, saying to make it public or something. And I thought that that's why my bot wasn't picking it up. But no, my bot is just ignoring it. Okay. Okay, cool. Well, not cool. I'm sorry for everybody that has. What do you usually program in, or are you always doing this stack? It's like bleeding edge. That's why I'm wondering. This stack is not bleeding edge. NeoVim is pretty old. Vim is pretty old. I usually, you know, I've been switching more. I think I'm just as fast now with NeoVim as I am with VS Code. I've used VS Code for a very, very long time. It's kind of my old faithful. I'll even revert back to it if I need to for some reason. For the AI games, we'll use VS Code because every AI makes a plugin for VS Code. They don't all have plugins for NeoVim. So as far as what I program in a daily to day basis at work, it's generally Golang, Python if needed, sometimes YAML. Sometimes it depends. In my job, I cover a bunch of bases as I help multiple different teams. You know, I was just in a Helm chart. As much as I despise Helm charts, I was just in a Helm chart the other day, doing a review. Yeah. Actually, we have some Rust code, and I might do a stream working on our Rust project. I've never touched our Rust project though. We have a client that's in Rust. Anyways, I don't know why I opened a terminal here. That was not my intent. Oh, I was gonna open VS Code. Yeah. So this is kind of my go-to originally, but I've been learning Vim since what, late January. I didn't do it at the start of the year, but late January I've been learning Vim. I'm not good at it still, but I'm okay. Oh, okay. Let's quit this. Cargo run. We're gonna run. Oh, we need the pre-escaped. We're in a pre-escaped. Did Russell tell me that it was? Oh, call into. Okay. He was telling me. The hint was telling me into. Done. Okay. Thank you, Russell. I did see your message, and it didn't make sense at the time, but it made sense after I got to think about it. Okay. So now, every 5 seconds, it should, yeah, it's not working. We have a successful connection. What is this saying? Sending message to, why is it closing WebSocket all of a sudden? Let's see if there's anything in the console. Error aborted, not found. What? Oh, that's the CSS. Oh, this is HTMX isn't gonna log anything, is it? Okay, so we might need a little bit more. We might need a little bit more debugging on the backend side. Let's see. So we send this text message to the front end. Oh, you know what? The WebSocket allows us to do binary. I feel like text is just the right way to go for the WebSocket, right? I think. I don't think we want to binary encode this because it's HTML. This should be fine. And this unbounded send is going to do this. Let's print the message, I guess. Let's I don't know. Let's do this. So it's not doing the reconnect anymore. It's not updating though. So, one problem down. It's just going to the ether. It's just going to the ether. So we did the div as alerts, right? And we can go to our index, and our index, is alert. Oh my goodness. That's it. Let's refresh this. Hello from HTMX. Hello to do with HTMX. Boom. Hello from it. My goodness. All right. So we've got WebSockets working with HTMX. I can't stop thinking about it, and I know that we're on this train of working on this, but I need to fix our lack of support for resubscriptions. So I think that we need to just abort this and go do that. I feel really bad because the people that the few people that actually resubscribe are the legends that deserve the recognition the most, and they're the people that are absolutely not getting the recognition at all. So I'm having a hard time getting over that. So let's just commit this and then jump back to a different branch. Yeah. Although it's difficult because if I go back to a different branch, that will affect this work, right? No. Because that's all in the other one. Okay, I think this will be fine. Let me think. We can probably delete this. I was gonna put the HTMX stuff in here. All right, we'll just quit it for right now. Yeah, there's gonna be a merge conflict in this. I was trying to think of the cleanest way to do it, but and then I was thinking, oh, I'll just do it with this one, with this change, and then I was like, but I really want it to be sooner than later. And I don't know, like, I know that we're getting it to work here, but I don't know how long this is going to take. Because we need to get the sound playing. We need to... We need to get the queue working. This is going to take at least a couple weeks with how much time I get to spend on it. I mean, if I spent a whole day, we could probably bust this out in 8 hours. But, you know, I have about another hour before we do the Rust learning. And then we have the stuff. And then I'm not going to be able to... Yeah, I'm not going to be able to work more on it today. Yeah. Okay. Really sorry for all of you that have resubbed, and I haven't been doing subscription messages. I feel terrible. Actually, I do need to do continuous delivery on this because I don't have it on this project. We just build and push the stuff. Yeah. Sporadic delivery? Yeah. Yes. That's all it is. We actually have more continuous delivery for the null cloud systems, which are more complicated. Like, there's no reason not to have continuous delivery for this. All right. Now, do I take my branch from a one that's further back, or do I take it from this one? And actually, for the most part, I'm trying to think of oh, I didn't think this through, did I? I didn't. Because really the only thing that has changed is here. And really all that has changed is this here. So I could revert this here. And pretty much... You know what, I'm ads play. I'm going to go take a walk and think about this. All right. Any names for this? The ultimate guide to working with AIs as software engineers? Still need all right. I'm not even sure I have it here. V2, okay. V2, we'll do that. A channel update, V2, okay. I don't think I even have it covered here. Let's see. That's a sucky thing. What was it called? It was called channel subscription message. Channel subscription message. So subscription message. Are we doing jokes or real suggestions? There's no AI in Java, but there is in Raise. Okay, I like that one. I don't know. The joke one will probably do better. Do I not actually have the event here? Yeah, I think I don't actually have the event here. Okay. All right. And then as standard practice here, I need to... this is gonna suck. I wonder if there's a better way to do this than this massive case statement. Like, it's a big match. It's a big match. I wonder if there's a better way of doing this, because it's even confusing to read. Like, I don't know. I think, hopefully, we can actually just do it here, right? Okay, I'm just going to take, I think, no. I think I can just take this. Where did we insert? Here. And we can just do that. And then this needs to be a channel resubscribe. That way the AI can do something a little different. All right, and then this is the channel subscription message payload. I don't know if it has any different information. I think it's the same. Did this have its payload? Oh, they have a total. Okay, we probably should put the total in there. Kazanas, whatever. Sorry, how do you pronounce your name? What's up? Kazanas? Kazanas? Kazan? Kazansh. Well, good to see you. How are you doing? I notoriously mispronounce names. I'm sorry. How are you doing today? What were you guys up to? Well, my name is also from Polish. Marek, or I believe it's more pronounced Marek there. At least that's what people from Europe call me more. I'm not Polish in any way. I'm Italian. And although I guess I'm an American, a second generation Italian. Absolutely no Polish. Absolutely zero Polish here. Just my name. Just my name. No Polish. Yep. Okay, so we don't have total here, which the resubscribe actually has total. Do we put an optional here for total that gets set to none on a... Yeah, I think that's what we'll do. Instead of making it different, we'll call it total since that's what they call it. Yeah, total months. We'll make it an I-64, just so you guys know what the goal is. Your goal is to overflow this number. I'm giving you guys that goal. The goal is to overflow this number in monthly subscriptions, resubscriptions. That's the goal. Okay, let's make that an I-32. It's still the goal, but it's I don't know how many months are in a year. All right, so that's the channel resubscribe. We got to update the subscribe. Right. My name is Polish. My lineage is Italian. Yes. My nose is Italian. I'm actually very dirty Italian. I'm not sure because like at this point I'm only half Italian because my mom's Italian, but my dad just some American mutt. I don't know. His family has been in the United States for a long time, so like you know, I'm half that, I guess, and then I'm half Italian. All right, enough heritage talk. That is all right. So this kind of fixes it, but what we need to do is hit up the AI to see what they do for the payloads. Because this at least now forwards the message on. Should we hit up fixing a few others? Let's see. There were a few other things that have happened that I didn't expect to happen. We got not a raid. We don't have any raid notifications. So I apologize. This has been a problem. We didn't get a raid notification for you. That's a problem. We should update that. Let's do that. Okay. I'm still thinking that there's a better way of doing this. This type of really long return isn't the greatest, or really long match. I love match statements, but this is maybe abusing them. All right, let's see. What do we want to do for a raid? Well, let's make a raid event. Let's do that. You could have something on the website where you could type it in and get a manual alert. Oh, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea, Russell. We could do like a manual alert type. Hello, Gonzalo. How are you doing? We're fixing Twitch alerts that still don't work for YouTube, so I know you're on YouTube. Sorry about that. Okay, look, Russell. Most of your ideas, I struggle with understanding context with your ideas. Your ideas are almost always brilliant in one of two ways. They're either brilliant as far as like they're just really good and should be implemented, or they're devious trying to get me to do something and I don't quite understand it. So still brilliant, just in a different way. So I appreciate them. What was I looking at? We're doing rate. What? I don't know what I was doing. We need to make the type. We need to make the type for raid. Oh, we already did the type. We already made the type for raid. $90-10 to the devious side. Yeah. I'm not saying they're bad. That wasn't the goal. I just have to be. I have to filter. You're teaching me to filter. Oh, did you get a event? Do we already raid? Did we get a... maybe we got an event for raid, because I did hear it. Wait. Why is there a channel raid here? Channel raid V1. Oh boy. Oh boy. It should be the first in the list anyways. I feel like we are already handling raid. Okay, let's keep looking then. Channel subscription gift. This one still has a bug. I'm gonna put this here. There's not a clean way to do this. Need to populate data from API because the gifter is not listed. So there isn't like there's not an event. If you gift 10 subs, it doesn't say who gifted it. Huge oversight on the API. You have to actually go and ask their API for that information. Okay, cheering. Yeah, cheering should be updated. Some people do cheer. Let's make that cheer. Is it a channel event? Yeah, it is channel. Oh no. Channel. Let's create a cheer event. Come on, can you do it? Can you do it? I'll start you off. Okay. Cheer event. I don't know if this is the right information that's in a cheer event, but we'll see. Looks pretty good. The AI was dented this morning, but it's drank its coffee. Username, user ID, bits, and message. Okay, this looks dangerous. You know what we could do? We'll have to test this out. I'm going to have the AI moderate the message. That could be fun. Mountain Mitrix Craft. How are you doing? Ooh, there's ad break events. Awesome. I could like automatically have something come on screen. We can also pause the queue. This is really cool. This is actually really cool. The AI can tell you be right back. I can also get an alert in my ears because sometimes I don't notice it. I try to look over here, but like the thing that combines both chats doesn't have the Twitch specific stuff. And so like I try to look over here, but I don't always. What color theme is this? I don't know. It is the default that comes with Kickstart. If you don't know what Kickstart is, Invim Kickstart. This project is a project done by the legendary 114 contributors that's out there. And since like the end of January, beginning of February, I've been learning Vim. Thank you guys for following. This is actually the alert system we're working on right now. Toggle, you're one of these contributors? I knew TJ was. Let's see. Toggle. I'm looking for you, Toggle. Thank you so much for following. Look at that. We even handled special characters. I didn't think that was going to work. Anyhow, I'm looking for Toggle Bits commit. Oh, look at that. Look at that. He was not joking. He was not joking. So I use a lot of the default. I have been editing it a little bit to my likes, but I've been using it mostly as a default. So, you know, most of the things are just that default. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Thanks everybody for the follows. And that's the system we're working on. We're making it more robust. We're handling more events with it. It has an AI powering a custom message for you. It is all open source. It's not really ready for somebody else to use. I need to make it better. But yeah. Yeah. This looks terrifying. Did the AI make this? One second. That looks terrifying. It does toString to parse it to an I64. What is this? That is terrifying. There's no information on this notification. Okay, I can't get any information. Oh, why? Let's try to get a different payload and see if something broke. I can't get information on these things. So we can go to payload, but we can't get this type. Not good. Modprog, how are you doing? Haven't seen you for a while. It's you. So I have no idea if it's UTF-8. It's UTF-8 on the back end. I know that much. I just didn't do anything special in U. And it worked, so I'm happy. But we're completely revamping the front end. So the front end is going to be HTMX. We're learning that a little bit. Right, if the font doesn't support, like the font that I picked doesn't, like, I don't know. Fonts always kill me. Wait, not that. This. I don't do a good job with this API. I'm sure that it's fantastic. This API always kills me with this. All right. Looks good enough, but I don't know for certain. But we'll call that good for now. Do we want to do any more of these? I'm not sure. We should do channel points. So I was thinking you could use your channel points to hit the AI for something. I'm not sure yet. I was also going to give subscribers access to the AI as well. Especially once we have it running locally. Right now we don't run it locally. But, ooh, we can do predictions. Okay. All right. Cool. Let's see if that actually builds. No, I didn't mean to. Okay. Cargo build bin monolith. Didn't think so. Yeah. The AI manager needs to be updated because it doesn't do all of them. Yep. Have the AI get a transcript of the stream and let it think of predictions. How fast and soon until Merrick gets fired? That actually would be kind of cool, is to feed the AI a transcription of the stream and chat, like with timestamps. So like it knows when I was talking versus what you guys were saying. And then see if it could correlate stuff together. That would be like really cool statistical analysis. Like see if like, yeah, it could start to make like sense of different things that happen in stream. Okay, we have errors. Yes. Okay, cool. Right, because we have a new event, so. And this is the resub. We have a resub event. Yep. Oh my goodness, resub. We probably need a handle resubscription event because what we really need to do is feed the thing back in. Yeah. Honestly, though, I think I'm going to leave this as this for now because the thing is, with how we're redesigning this, it's going to make this better. This almost needs the HTMX change because the resub should also change some elements on the front end. And I don't want to do the work of changing the elements on the front end when we're redoing the front end. Okay. Okay. I feel like you should have channel points where we can patch your currently open file. No, Modprog. No. No. Russell is in this. Is in chat. I don't know why I indented this. Okay. This will do fine because this will have the resub. It will be handled just the same way as a sub right now. Although, you know what? That being said, while the front end does need to change, the message should get your guys' message and do a continuation of the story, right? Okay, so we actually need to do a handle resub event because that's how we roll. I'm not going to change front end stuff, but back end stuff, yeah. So. And then back up here, where was that? We need to we need to clean this up. We need to break this out a little bit. These handle resub events and stuff probably should be in a different file. Don't love how we're doing this, but it is what it is. Thanks, ModProg. It's good to see you. So right now, the AI doesn't know your your points. I almost said story points. Oh gosh, I'm sorry, Twitch points. You're actually more useful. So right now it doesn't get your points, but it should. It should get your channel points and should let you spend them to do stuff. Absolutely. You guys just get to commit randomly. Oh. That's actually a fun thing. We could have it where you could spend points so that you could level up, like, to be a less dented AI model. So like maybe maybe the default AI model is like a pretty dented AI model, and you can spend channel points to get a less dented AI model as you go. So your story's not so terrible. I don't know why I find that so funny, but I find that hilarious. You get like a really bad custom message. Okay, it's not so great. Just for or one that changes the branch. Oh my gosh, if somebody changed the branch on me underneath, that would be devastating. That's what I was thinking. Like, also, the longer you're subscribed, absolutely, the better the AI that we put onto making your message. That kind of sounds fun. That kind of sounds fun. Ooh, that does kind of sound fun. Okay, we'll have to think on that. We're not doing that today. All right, so let's see. We're on the resub. Handle resub event. So in here, I mean, right now it's just going to do the exact same thing as... let's see. Yeah. And these are just none. And this is... Wait, what was this? And this is channel resubscribe. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Unfortunately, so the problem with this is the front end isn't going to deal with this well. I almost need to fix the HTMX to get this all working, because the front end isn't going to deal with this. It's going to puke on this. Dang it. Groceries always help dinner. What are you making for dinner? I'm using mostly the default ones. There's a couple that I'm not. I'm using mostly default. I'm trying to use the default unless if they really annoy me, and for the most part, I'm like they were similar to the ones that I was using. So originally, when I first used Kickstarter back in like the start of February, end of January, they didn't have ones like go to the definition. And I had to set those manually. They are the same. They're the same. One that changed is it's now Shift K. This used to be Space H, and I don't know if I changed it and it was always Shift K. I'm trying to leave it as Shift K to see this, but that's one that I'm learning. A vegetable pan with pasta. I don't know what a vegetable pan is. Are you talking about like a is a vegetable pan like a stir fry? Is that similar? It's where you like mix a bunch of vegetables in a pan and fry it. You know, put a little olive oil in the bottom of the pan. Simmer it. I said fry, but I meant more like simmer it a little. Not like deep fat fry. I meant like pan fry. Anyways, okay, so what were we? Oh, yeah, so anyways, Russell, I'm using mostly the default ones. I have overridden some. I don't remember off the top of my head. We can look at it at some point, which ones I have overridden. But, yeah. Okay, so shoot. Oh. We didn't fix all the errors here? How dare we? Your key map is very custom. Yeah, I would inspect. What I'm doing is my plan is to never my plan is I forked the Kickstart, and my plan is to if anything, just pull in their updates. And so what I'm doing is I'm doing modifications in a separate file. So overrides that I want that are not part of the base, I'm doing in a separate file. That way I'm hoping that makes the merge conflict less painful. We'll see. We'll see. You know, hindsight is the best foresight, so I'm sure that I will, it will suck. Ooh, mod prog. That sounds delicious. Onions, garlic, zucchini, tomatoes. Sounds really good. Oh, we did add the cheer event, didn't we? We did. And we don't have any. Oh, yeah. I'm not ready to deal with this. To do handle a cheer event. Yep. Right now, it will do nothing like it always has. Wait. Oh, I thought we had a cheer. Oh yeah, a channel cheer. Channel cheer. Cheer event. Okay, yeah, channel cheer. Oh, we already, what the garbage? How did it get done twice? Okay. I don't know what happened there. All right. Sweet. Ooh. Wrong one. All right. Let's see. Cannot find struct variant union channel subscribe message v1 payload. Uh-oh. This is where I find it difficult. I never know how to go through this. Like, so this channel subscription gift is here. So let's see where this is. I generally have to like go through their documentation. I don't know how to find it in the code. Rust Twitch API. We're running out of time though. I gotta make a cup of coffee. Sounds very Ratatouille. Does kind of, doesn't it? I've never had Ratatouille. It's a dish, I think. Let's see, where was this? This is channel subscription. Source event sub channel. Okay, source event sub. Oh, event sub channel. And so now this should be, I mean, I want to say it's under subscription. Is it just in here? Can we just message? Not gift, not gift. Channel subscribe event. Not that one. Theirs. Right, this doesn't have the total. Message. And then this is in event sub channel subscribe RS. Okay. So we need a channel subscribe message. Let's see if it's under here. A message. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Channel subscription message v1. All right, we found it. Here we go. Here we go. All right. You know what I'm betting? We just didn't import it. That's my bet. Also, you know what would be good is to put spaces between these. I think that would be good. I think that would be good. it'd make it more succinct where one stopped and the next started, since they're kind of getting all jammed together. All right. This. Let's do... Oh, I meant to not do that. All right. We need to import that. And then this might be the same thing. Let's just do that. And then this should be under... Does that fix it? Does not have is gift. Oh boy. Okay. This doesn't have gift or total? It should. It should, right? Oh, I'm glad that has a fix me. I like that. Okay. So the total number of months the user has been subscribed to the channel. Twitch says it is the cumulative total. Okay, the total number of months the user... I thought it was total in their thing. Okay. There's maybe even more information we should be passing along, isn't there? I feel like there should be. So I'm going to take this. We're going to jump over here. We're going to go here. We're going to... we're just going to add all of this to the subscribe event. Because honestly, what we don't use, we'll do. Let's see, tier is gift, fine, user ID, username. Okay, duration. I don't know the difference between the cumulative total and the duration, but these, I guess, should be I-64s because that's what Twitch is sending. That's amazing. Not a 164, an I-64. That's... Yep. No. No, I said I-64. There we go. Okay. Message... We'll have to find out what that subscription message is. Streak. And we already have tier. Okay. Wait. It's this one. Channel subscription message. Okay. What is this subscription message? Is this just a string? Hopefully. Okay, so that's not. Oh, okay. Ooh, this. Ooh. I'm not ready for this. I am not ready for this. You were reading my mind. You were reading my mind. So, like, an array that includes the emote ID, the start and end positions for where the emote appears in the text. So what this is telling me is that this is the text, and then they remove the emoji. They tell you the ID, so I have to go to like Twitch's API to get the actual emote. Although, honestly, since they're my emotes, I could probably just store them locally. So, like, but this is a lot of work. I could store them locally. I have to go get those. I have to count in the characters in the message, and then I have to insert the emoji. Yeah. I'm going to just warn you guys right now. I'm just going to warn you that this is just gonna become string. Don't put emojis in your sub. Oh, true. If they use one that's not mine, I have to go. Yeah, so I have to go out to Twitch to get it. So I'd have to go out to Twitch to get the emojis. I'm just not doing that right now. Just not doing that right now. It'll be okay. You'll learn to cope. I think that's all. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So let's add those. Total months is the cute. Wait, did we not update that to match? I think we did, right? Yeah, we did. All right. Let's see. Does this not have whether it's a gift? I guess this wouldn't be a gift, right? This just isn't a gift. So then is gift would just become false. Okay. Message. Let's see. Text. I think it's already a string though. I don't think I need the to string. You can just do message.text. Okay. We'll put a to-do here. Deal with emotes. Dude, like, it's just a lot of work. Like, because, yeah, we're going to have to make Twitch API calls. We're going to then have to hydrate. Like, we're going to have to hydrate that after the AI, right? That's going to have to be a front end thing that takes those emojis and rehydrates them into the text. Because the AI is going to puke, would just puke on them. I think. Maybe the AI would demote meaning from them. We could probably get it. We could probably pass it in where we're like specifying that it's emoji with a name. All right. Honestly, Russell, I don't know. There's possibly like I don't know what I don't know the Twitch API that well. So you know I'm probably. Does subscriptions, when you first subscribe, do you not get a message? I guess no. I guess you only get messages on resubbing. Okay. All right. I think we've done it. Ooh, okay. We haven't quite done it. What is username? Oh, we have to unwrap, don't we? Yeah, that's what it was telling me to do. We'll get to safe unwrapping in the future. All of these. Wait, this is actually an error, right? So we'll just do this. Right? We don't need to do this. Oh, because this is an option, right? Okay, never mind. Undo. We'll unwrap for right now. Beautiful. Cool. Awesome. Okay, so I need to go make a cup of coffee, and then we'll get into our Rust live learning education right after I get back. I know it's supposed to start at high noon, and it is exactly high noon right now, so I'm a little late, but I'm usually a little late. I'm trying to get better about that, but yeah. Is there no Twitch API render that oh yeah, I already answered that. Okay. Let's just really quickly test this. Oh, this is actually good. This is the changes we made to the front end, and the monolith breaks on those, which we expected. Perfect. Okay. Added support to look. We're not supporting emotes right now. We'll get over it. Someday in the future, we'll support emotes just for you guys. I know everybody likes them. Right now, we're just not doing it. And I'm sorry, not sorry at the same time. We have bigger fish to fry. Like, do resubscribes even get the recognition they deserve? And the answer is no. So we'll fix those first. Then we'll do emotes. Then we'll do 7TV emotes. I don't even know what that means. I don't know what 7TV emotes are, but we'll work on it. Add support to for basic cheer and resub events. All right, I'll be right back. All right. All right. How's everyone doing? Let's turn the music off. Let's get into it. TV is a browser extension that hot reloads text with emotes. The nice thing is broadcasters can select a bunch of their channel that other people with 7TV can use without having to wait for Twitch to verify. I don't fully understand that, but I'm assuming that's cool. All right. Rust 101. Day 7. Day 7. We need to make a folder for this. New folder. Let's see. Today is the 11th of 05. Is it 05? The 11th of 05, 2024. Throw that in there. All right. A new note. What do we call these? Yeah. Okay. Day 7. Organization. All right. How to organize. I can't say the word right now. We'll come back to the word. How to organize your code. So one thing. All right, let's start this. Welcome. For everybody that's just joining in, this is Rust 101. We're building something from scratch, and my goal is to hopefully get you or encourage you to go write some Rust as well, because I think that's the best way. At least that's the way I learn best, and for those of you that are doing it. So ask questions. We change around a little bit. We don't always follow the exact plan, and that's okay. What we're going to do today is we've been writing this thing. Let's actually get over to the code. I should have gotten over to the code sooner. Live learning. All right, and then we'll CD into day 7. That's today. Day 7. All right. So we've been writing this code, and I want you to open up your code in whatever editor you're going to be using. And if you look at it, we have just this one file, and this one file has all of our stuff in it. It's quite a bit at this point. It's getting kind of long in the tooth. So what we want to do today is clean up this code. Now, we're going to go through and do several things to clean up this code. But one of the things that we're going to do is we're going to start using Rust modules. And we're going to start using those to kind of organize our code just a little bit to help you guys leverage and learn how to do that. So let's go ahead and start. Although, if you guys don't remember, at this point, we have an API. That you can insert data into things. Just so you guys can see. Let's actually just run what we have, so you guys can see what is happening. Let's do this. Cargo run. What's going to happen? That's right. We need a port and a database URL. So to do that, remember we did the export. This is how we run locally. This is how SQLX, if you remember, is statically checking our SQL statements. Pretty cool. Okay, so let's do this. Cargo run. Remember, if we want to pass arguments, you do the double hyphen, and then you can do port, and we'll just do, 8080. And then our database URL is SQLite todos DB. Done. So now we're running. We can open up another terminal and we can search for our last curl. Okay, so that's not the right command. Curl. Okay. So this is a post. This is a oops. This is posting a new to-do into our thing. Let's change the title to Rust 101. And is it completed? No, it's not completed. Of course it's not completed, so we'll put this to false. We got a response back, but how would we actually test, if you've been following along, that this is exactly what you have as well? Well, you can do like a SQLite browser, SQLite database browser. We can go ahead and open the database. We can go to, this is not a super helpful dialogue. All right, we can go to Merrick code, live learning code, day 7, to-dos DB, open, done. And then we can check over here, browse data. This is our SQLX migrations, but we're going to go check our to-dos, Rust 101, and it's not completed. So the title, whether it's completed or not, check it out. There you go. And this is all the stuff I put as testing into the database 2 weeks ago. So, you know, eventually we're going to build a front end to this, but at this point, we've got a pretty good, oh, you know what? Thank you guys for reminding me. Titles. You guys didn't remind me. I just remembered. Rust 101. And this is what did we say this was? Oh, this is organization day. Okay. Yep. There we go. Titles are updated. Okay. So this is how we're organizing, or this is what we've done so far. We have a REST API that's statically checked. That stores stuff in a database. That's also statically checked. If we tried to insert an extra thing here that wasn't in the database, let's see, name. It's going to be upset about it because this doesn't exist. Super cool. Okay. Now, one thing that we do need to also do here is a good old export. This right here, because that will let it actually access the database. So that's how it does the static checking, is it tries to do stuff. Cool. Okay. So let's start organizing this code. Please feel free to ask questions, whatnot. Hopefully you guys are working on something in Rust while we do this. If you're working on this, I know I haven't published the code just yet. I go back and forth with this because I don't want to just hand you code, because my goal is to have you write it yourself. But what I think I'm going to do in the future is, before each Saturday, I'm going to post the last week's class, so that if you're just starting and just joining, you can go ahead and pull it. I think that's what we'll do, but I won't post it until just before class starts. That way, you know, again, the hope and goal is that you guys go out and create this yourself. What window manager? This is i3. Nothing fancy. Just i3. Okay, so Rust groups their stuff into things called modules, and you'll see here that we've been leveraging some of these. In SQLX, we've used the SQLite module inside of SQLX, as well as the pool module, and we've used two things out of the pool module. We've used pool and pool connection. And we've used SQLite out of just the base SQLX module. So this is kind of how Rust organizes. And there's a couple ways to do this, and we're gonna play around with a lot of the different styles that you can do. So if we open up our source directory here, one of the first ways we could do this is we could actually just make another file. So let's do that right now. Let's make an SQLite.rs. I failed. I failed us all. I just did -r. So now we're doing R programming today, everyone. You thought you thought we were doing Rust. Joke's on you. Okay, .rs, and so we'll have our SQLite rs file here. And now this is another module. So let's put just something in here that we want to use. We're just going to make a simple function that's going to print to the screen just to validate that we're using the function. So let's just do let's do something like function. Now you'll notice there's no suggestions or anything like that. But we do have Copilot on, which I should have disabled. Let me disable that right now. All right. Let's get back to this. Print string. And, you know, this is just a really, really simple statement that we're going to do really quickly just to prove a point. So how do we print a string if we want to? The really easy way is to use the macro. Exclamation point. Merrick was here. Okay. Again, just super, super simple. Now, you're going to see this warning. A file not included in module tree. Unlinked file. And what this means is there is no link to this file to the main project that builds. So if we built the project right now, this won't actually get built into it. You're also not going to get language server support at this moment either. So we could actually make a mistake here. Let's do something we know isn't a real thing. Let's do a Golang style initialization of a string. So we'll do name equals Merrick. All right, no semicolon or anything. Well, it proves me wrong. Most of the time you don't get, I guess it's I didn't think the Rust language server when it wasn't in the module tree. The big thing you don't get is any support from the module, but I guess basic syntax makes sense. That's not usually what I struggle with. Anyways, so let's ignore that statement. Let's go and actually use this print string. Let's try using this print string. So we'll go into the main file, and we're just going to print this on startup. Just on startup, let's go ahead and call print string. So we know how to call it would just be print string, right? Well, cannot find the function print string. We know it's right here. So how do we fix this? Well, we have to tell it that there's a module. So we can do mod, and then this was our SQLite module. Okay, now it still is saying we can't find the print string, and that's fine because we haven't imported it. So we can do use SQLite and then the print string function, and we can import it. And now, you know what, we'll get rid of this so that it stops complaining at us. And now it finds it. Not only this, if you're in Visual Studio Code or, whatever, you can actually go to the definition and it's going to bring you here. You'll also notice here, it's not complaining about an unlinked module anymore. It's linked here in the main one. Pretty cool. Now, if we go ahead and run this, we should see this string being printed out. Merrick was here. So let's go ahead and stop what we're running now. And on startup, we should see Merrick was here. All right, let's see. Result.unwrap. Address already in use. It's tried to bind to the address. Well, we can just do a different port. It seems like it hung on the port. Sometimes it takes a little while to clean up. We'll do 8081. So Merrick was here, was printed, just as we would expect. Cool. So this is how we can start to build out a little bit of structure in our project. Now, you're going to say, what about a lot of, let's say we wanted to, instead of just having a single file, right now we have in source here, we have a single file here called, SQLite RS. But what if our project was pretty big and needed an entire storage engine, an entire set of things to deal with storage, not just SQLite? Maybe we support SQLite and Postgres and things like that. Well, now we probably want a directory. And so let's actually move this into a directory. Let's do that. I'm going to jump over here and I'm just going to do this via the command line. Let's do this via the command line. So what we're going to do is go into our source where our files are. We're going to actually clean up SQLite-R. That's not what we needed. And then we're going to make a directory called storage. So we're going to have that, and then we're going to move our SQLite into there, into storage. All right, cool. So we can go and look at what that looks like here. So we have our main where we've been writing our code, and now we have this storage. And in here we have our SQLite. Now, the thing you'll notice here is, does this still work? The answer should be no. Yeah. The answer should be no. There's two reasons this broke. So basically how Rust does this is it looks for a file called SQLite. And since it doesn't have a file, it will look for a directory called SQLite. But we don't have a directory called SQLite. We have one called storage. So maybe we could just update this to being called storage. File not found. All right, let's read the error message. The error messages in Rust are usually really helpful. So we either need a file, storage.rs, or storage/mod.rs. Okay, so let's do that. Let's make that file. All right, so we have a mod.rs. Let's just write that and go back to our file. So this is working. This is working. This mod storage is working, but it can't find this. So let's use storage. We have to use storage. Yeah. But there's no print string. Well, we would like the files. We would like the files of storage, which there is the SQLite, to be included in this. So what we need to do is we actually need, remember, this is itself a module inside of of this storage module. So what we can do here is we can do a pub mod SQLite. And this is saying this is a public module SQLite. So now if we go back to our main here, we can say that SQLite print string. So now we're importing the print string from the file, the module SQLite, in the directory storage. Does that all make sense? I'm going to pause here just for a little bit of questions. Did that just monologue make any sense? It was quite the monologue. ToggleBit would be proud of me. All right. So that is the basics of organizing your code in Rust. It has some pros and it has some cons. I'm maybe one of the first people to be critical. I think that it, you know, if we were talking just honest heart to heart here, it makes prototyping really painful because you'll see we've had it where there's unused imports because you have to import everything and be super explicit. But on the flip side, for production, you have to be explicit. And it makes it so that you don't have dangling imports that either aren't used or you don't know that you're using something that got imported with something else. So there's pros and cons to it. Now, there's also different ways of doing this. So there's different styles of managing these things. I wasn't planning on getting into that. What I was going to spend the next part of that was basically just breaking up this code a little bit, writing a little bit of Rust, making it so that we organize the code out just a little bit. Because in future ones, we're just going to start, you know, not all in the main file, not all writing, you know, how many lines have we written here? Let's see. 150 lines. It's also like really confusing because like these are Axum routes. So these are routes. These are database things. These two are database things. This three things are database things. So we have three database things, a main function. You get the point. All right, so if there's no questions, we'll get to basically. I just wanted to do two things. We'll break out a routes category, and we'll break out our SQLite. It's not going to be a perfect. We're not shooting for perfect. We're shooting for something that's functional and a little bit easier to, you know, walk around. All right, and we'll do it in two different styles. So for the SQLite, we're going to put it in storage in the directory. And then for the routes, we're just going to use a mod routes. Just like that. And we'll go in here and just make routes.rs. Done. So let's save that. Let's flip back here. Let's grab some of this stuff here. Wait, is this, that's not a route. That's not a route. I almost made a mistake. Imagine me making a mistake. It's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. I know. It happens. Some of us more than others. And some of us just do it live on Twitch. All right, so we're just going to yank that. We're going to flip back over here. We're going to paste that. Oh, we have these functions. Cool. Now, all the imports, yeah, we're going to have to import those here. So let's jump over here. Let's grab these imports. Let's see. Go up here. This should tell us the unused ones. I'm just gonna copy all of these. And then if we go back here, let's see, this would be what, Shift O? Shift O should go up. Shift O, yeah. Shift O, I'll throw that in there. Don't need these and don't need this. Cool. All right, done. All right, interesting. This needs SQL. This needs access to SQL. So let's try that. Use. Now, how would we reference something inside of our code? Thank you so much for the follow. There's your custom Twitch AI message. How would we use, so this right here, this get all to-dos, if we remember right, this would go in our SQL. Well, and you know what? It's not there. So we can't even reference it. Thank you so much for the follow. Hope you guys are having fun learning Rust together. You know, I've actually been learning while doing this. I've learned how not to do stuff live. All right, so let's actually go and also move the database, because this exists only in the main function right now. Or yeah, in the main function. Thank you so much. I'm going to call you Mo Abdul. Dulk. Mo Abdulk. I have no idea if that's the right way to pronounce your name or not. All right, so let's go ahead and move our SQL things. Now, what you're going to notice is that our SQL requires this mutable SQL connection, but that's being handled by our state, if you remember right. So I think all of this should just work pretty well. It's going to make a lot of things red. But that's okay. That's okay. So now we want to go to our routes, and we're going not to our routes. We're going to our SQLite, and we're going to put these things here. And we're going to get some errors, and this is okay. This is okay. We're going to get rid of the stupid print string. All right, so this is why. Just Mo. I'll try to remember that. I'm pretty bad at remembering that. I read a teleprompter. I speak the teleprompter. Pretty much, actually. Okay, so let's get through all of these errors, because now we've just moved stuff and nothing knows where anything is. And so that's kind of a pain. One thing that we can also look at here is all of these things refer to this to-do and to-do state, which are in the parent or in the main crate here. You can notice our to-do is here in the main crate and whatnot. Now, we could reference the main crate, the main module. I don't actually like doing that. I don't like children referencing parents. So I don't like doing that. So let's not do that, because you can really easily get yourself in a circular dependency loop really easily. So you have to be super careful with that. So let's not do that. And let's actually move these things out as well. So the to-do struct itself is going to get moved out. And this to-do state is going to get moved out as well. So this to-do state is pretty much an SQLX thing. So we're going to move that into our SQLite, because it's kind of our SQLite state. So let's flip over to our SQLite. And really, you guys have learned the, I don't know what I just did. Okay. 1 second. I delete that, and then I flipped over to SQLite. So the main lesson for today was just how to do it, and you've done that. And now we're just kind of actually doing all of the things. This needs done. We're actually separating everything out. But there's not much more to learn other than just what's involved. What's involved. All right. Okay, so we put the to-do state here. Boy, we are tearing this all up. Let's switch back over here. Check this out. This struct here that we have here, this to-do, I feel like, I feel like it deserves its own. I feel like it deserves its own. Where are, let me look where I put it. Sorry, I actually do this all ahead of time so that I have a reference. Okay. How do I get the indent lines to look like that? What do you mean? For one, if you guys want, you can all be following along using VS Code. VS Code, if you don't know, Vim is a very easy thing. VS Code, so you could VS Code this. VS Code also makes, if you're doing this type of stuff, very easy. It makes this type of no, stop that. It makes this type of stuff very easy because you can move stuff around and see stuff pretty quickly in real time. So if you're new to Rust, I do highly recommend VS Code. It makes this stuff pretty easy. If you're talking about this here, this is like 99% kickstart, 95% kickstart. So that's a project here. Let's see. I will link it here. We were already talking about it. So if you use NeoVim, you can use Kickstart. And, you know, in the future, I'll go over the changes I did do to Kickstart. But I would highly recommend TJ has a really good video on using Kickstart. So I would just recommend going to do that. I mean, like, I am a Vim noob. I'm a Vim noob. I've only been using it for the past couple months. And on top of that, I only use it while streaming. So it's really like 6-7 hours a week that I get to use it. So, all right. We don't have the print string anymore. We deleted that. Good. Which means we don't have this anymore. Good. Cleaning this up. All right, our routes, these don't exist here anymore. Where do they exist? Well, we have a mod routes, and we can use routes. Oh, they're not public. This is actually a really good intro into access modifiers. Access modifiers are basically, you know, in a lot of languages, you have public, private. Some have like protected if they do a lot of inheritance. Rust doesn't do inheritance really. So I say really because you can do like default implementations on an interface, which is single parent inheritance effectively. I know people will say it's not, but it's effectively the same thing. Anyways, so let's actually make these exported, because if you see it now, not that one, routes. If you look here, none of these are public. Don't say those things. So like, I don't get why people get so upset with me saying I don't like default implementations on interfaces. Let me be clear. I don't like it, but it is what it is, right? Like, also, what is an interface? An interface is just a really strictly limited set of inheritance. You are inheriting a interface, a contract. I don't know. Maybe it's because I did C++, and to do an interface, you really just did a full abstract class, where there was no implementation, and that's an interface. And so to me, it all is the same. Anyways, don't say that you can use VS Code if you're just learning. I will say that all the time. If you're just learning, don't feel like you have to be like a YouTuber or a Twitcher and use VS Code or use Vim. Now, I really like it because when streaming, it's really convenient to be able to use like i3 for just using the keyboard. It's like super convenient for streaming. And I've enjoyed using Vim and NeoVim. But learn one thing at a time. Don't try to learn multiple things at a time. Okay. Use what you're comfortable with. So let's use routes. And now you can see that we have these things because we made them public. So everything is private by default, as it should be. And now we can do something like this, where we can import both. Not at all what I meant to do. Like this. I don't remember the name of the other function. What is the name of the other function? Get to dos. And please tell me. Okay, you're not going to tell me. Not the right file. Not the right file. Post to do. It's a post to do. Of course. Post to do, not to dos. Okay. Yep. There we go. As soon as I started typing, it helped me. All right. Yeah, Apollo VS Code. So that's another thing. Like when we do the AI games in either late July or early August, we'll do it in Vim or in VS Code because, you know, Amazon Q, which was Code Whisper, but has been changed. All of them support VS Code, and I don't want to write integrations for every single one of them. So when we do the AI games, be prepared for some VS Code. All right. Oh, I work harder and not smarter all the time. All right, so we've now gotten these. Let's go to our next errors here. Required by bound. Okay, cannot find value root. Did we change? Oh, we did. We did. Okay, let's get root too. Let's get root. Let's get root. Go to routes. Did we put root in here? Where did we put root? The root call that just has like hello world. Where did it go? Did we accidentally delete this function? Root? Did we delete it? Did it go into SQLite? It did. It did. Mistakes were made. Let's just put it that way. Mistakes were made. Routes is what I wanted. All right. All right. So let's go back to our main function here. There we go. We need to import root now. Such a terrible name. All right. All right. So, ooh. Uh-oh. This is probably because of the errors. So this here is erroring out and is probably because of that. That would be my guess. So as soon as we fix the errors in here, we'll be golden. Okay. So now we need to get SQLX. So let's do that. Let's use... and then we'll do storage, SQLite. And then we're going to... oh, that's interesting. How do we want to... we'll just leave it as functions. These are all functions. All right, get all to-dos, a new to-do. Is that all? And update to-do. New to-do, update to-do, and get all. Okay, easy enough. None of those are public, are they? None of these are public. Oh my goodness. Use my code actions. Not right now. Thanks. I forget how. I forget now. In intermission, we can go over those. Because I forget how to do it. All right. Let's see. Yeah. So let's do get all to-dos. Let's do update to-dos and a new to-do. That's not at all what I wanted. That one. All right. So, getting better. We still have the problem of to-do and to-do state. So to-do state, oh, did we move? To-do state got moved to SQLite, right? Yeah. It did. There we go. Now, it's saying consider importing this struct, use crate to do. Don't want to do that. Again, I don't like self-referencing. We're going to take all the lame way out right now because there's nothing better. We're going to create a new module. So let's go into our source and we're just going to call this types. This is kind of a Go, not my favorite, but it is what it is right now. Okay, file not included in module tree. Oh, let's fix this main. Okay, first we're gonna grab this, we're gonna delete that, we're gonna do mod types, presto, and now we're going to jump over to types and we're going to paste that in. Done. I think we don't even have to include anything. Pretty bare bones. But we avoid circular dependencies. Wait. Just leader CA on code that's red. I will try that. I don't know what you mean. I've never tried that, but we'll give it a try. Let's jump into main and let's use types to do. You know what? All right. All right, you said go to this and do leader CA. Oh. Replace qualified path with use. Wait, what's the error? I don't know what the error is. All right, the trait bound, blah, blah, blah. We don't want to fix this right now. Let's go to a different one. Let's go to a different one. Okay, so these are starting, like I said, these are starting to be okay as we fixed errors. Okay, let's continue fixing errors here. CA. Import. Oh, I did not know that this worked out of the box. This is fantastic. Okay, here so crate is basically how you reference self, is how I like to reference self. We can talk about it. I believe you can use super as well, which is one module up, but I like to just go from the full crate instead of a relative-ish path. So I like to go with crate. Okay, so we're gonna include that type. Nice. Field ID of to-do is, oh goodness. Fixed it. All right. Oh, were you guys in? We have ads. How's everyone doing for ads? I'm not really doing anything. Just doing some of these. Cannot find struct variant. Let's import this. Do not take what I do as no way. Please. I don't know Vim very well. I'm just learning. I'm assuming there is a way. Now, the other thing is you can also do these. So if you want to make this public instead of private to the module, you can do something like this here. that makes this module public. So if you're making a library, this is a really important thing to do since we're talking about code organization here. This is in general how you would organize your code for people to use. That you can see that happening in things like this. This is a module that people can use, and this is these are public modules, but you could also have a private module where you're saying, well, people that are using my library shouldn't use this. It's an internal implementation detail that I don't want them to have. So these are public modules that you can use, and these are ones that you are not allowed to use. Anyways, that's just a good detail to note there. The public and private basically apply to everything. So yeah. All right, so let's look at our types, which is this. Okay, let's look at our SQLite, which is this. It's saying everything's okay. Okay, let's look at our routes. Is Rust analyzed? Uh-oh. Then we have a problem. Required by bound introduced by this call. What is this? The trait bound, state pool, blah, blah. Oh, you know what? My guess is that this is because I no longer import something in here that brings along something for that. I don't import any of that stuff anymore. And I might need to. But I am out of time. So. It's just the extract state. Oh, that's in SQLite. What's about the routes? Yeah. All right. Well, we have, for the most part, completed everything. We do need to jump onto the Kubernetes one for the people that are here for that. Rust is much simpler. Rust is much simpler. Just public and private. And everything defaults to private unless you declare it public. There's no protected or internal because there's none of the inheritance stuff that you have to deal with for the most part. Yeah. Wait. I did not want to do that here. I wanted to go to main. All right. That's what I was afraid of. So, we have effectively done everything. Now, the one thing that we haven't done so far that you're noticing here is this. Required by bound and introduced on this. And so this is a trait bound. And I think that I just messed up an import, but I'm going to have to dig into it. So we're going to flip over to the Kubernetes, and then maybe after the Kubernetes, we come back to fix this. I don't know right off the top of my head. I don't know if right off the top of my head what messed that up. Oh yeah, goes private, public is garbage. It shouldn't be implicit. It can be one character. It could just be P. This would be fine. But this is not okay. This is private and this is public. Not, I mean, it's okay. I'm just gonna, you don't know. I don't know. I'm a dum-dum. All right. We'll get to, I was wondering if possibly it was access to something. But we have public state on this to do. Yeah. I don't know off the top of my head why this is erroring. This looks almost exactly like the code that I wrote yesterday. So I might have to diff it. Why this trait bound isn't working. And then we can get into debugging macros, which is fun. Because this is is getting wrapped by this. Which is a macro. So okay. I messed something up, but I'll have to go back and check. I will have to go back and check. But yeah, this is basically how you can start to organize your project. Does anybody have questions on this before we jump into the Kubernetes stuff? I'm actually pretty happy. We got a lot done in that amount of time. Oops, undo. So yeah, we have it now. We have our routes into its own place. We have some types. We have our storage. So this is like the two different ways. You know, SQLite is a mod of storage, is a module in storage, and routes is a module in the main crate, and so is types. Yeah, Scott B. This is why, like, I don't want to sit here and do this as part of the class. I messed something up. Like, there's a typo somewhere. And this is not a fun debugging session. And it's beyond what I want to... You guys shouldn't need to do this. You know, I can probably go and look at, like, day 6. And... find where I screwed something up. And most likely it's something with like a, you know, I could try to just import these things for Axum. It could be an import. That was worth a shot. Worth a shot. But yeah, we can debug macros. I'm not even good at debugging macros, so you know, like I said, we can deal with it after. I don't see anything off the top of my head that made these stop working. So yeah, anyways, we'll deal with that later. It's off by 1. Yeah. The nice thing is not having a problem with root, which I guess just returns a string. That's nice. Who knows? Did we carry over the Kubernetes stuff? Ooh, what is this complaining about? Oh, the database URL. Okay, that's fine. Did we carry over the oh, you know what? Did we do it over here where we did the config YAML? Yeah. We did not. We need to carry this over into day 7. That is not where I wanted it at all. Thank you very much. Please move it. Okay. All right. Cool. Although, can we build this? Actually, let's do a clean build. Removed 2.5 gigabytes. Ooh. Oh boy. There we go. You know, it's probably this. I didn't include serialize and deserialize. It's probably this right here, which wasn't coming. It wasn't showing as an error. Yeah. Watch this. Not at all what I meant to do. Yeah. Check this out. Cargo. That's so dumb. Done. Corrected those errors. There you go. All right, so that's a good takeaway. A good takeaway right here. Sometimes do the build. Because these errors were getting made by these errors. Basically, there was a problem with our type, and these errors were hiding and for some reason, Vim wasn't seeing it. I told you it was dumb. But sometimes I find the actual build output to be much more informative than trying to see, because in any of these, they're just going to show you what you're looking at. And what we were looking at was this right here. We didn't know where to look. And these were erroring. This isn't even of that type. It was because these use that type. Okay. I do use Clippy. Not on this, but I do use Clippy. Anyways. A full build is really good. Okay. Cool. All right, so any questions on project structure organization so we can jump into the Kubernetes stuff? Warlord Killer, welcome. No, we had so am I a warlord? Is that it? Had to have a fierce battle, did we? How many times do you get a strange error and it's a missing? All right, I will tell you the most strange errors I get are from imports. Or the lack thereof. Between modules, I feel like. Where I've screwed up in one module, like a different one, and I'm using it like this one. I think these are the stranger things where it's like, I think what makes them strange is because how they appear in the code editor, right? This appeared by saying this didn't implement it. And the reason this doesn't implement it is because this to-do state and this to-do needed to have serializable to be used in a JSON thing. And so because of that, and because this is in a macro, the error implodes into this strange thing of saying, hey, it doesn't implement the interface that I need. But it's not the right interface because, again, it's a macro. That's probably the strangest errors. I don't debug them well. Maybe ModProg knows a better secret. Like I said, one of the things I found is this right here, doing the full build outside of your editor to see all of the errors, because maybe you're just seeing this one. Yeah, the trait handler is not implemented for item. If you went to the trait handler, you'd probably find some requirement for serializable. Missing a trait import is the worst. Yeah. So, all right, cool. How to organize your code. Let's just take some notes. So my goal, my hope and goal is at the end of this, we'll go back and we'll make short YouTube videos as well to like go along with it. I know this is the live and I really like the live. I hope you guys do too. But how to organize your code. Let's see. Okay, so we broke out both SQLX and routes based functions into their own files. Oh, that makes me feel better, Scott. That actually makes me feel better because, like, part of me always feels like I know that I'm new to NeoVim, that I'm like, oh, the error just was more clear when I ran into the command line. But I don't have any empirical evidence on this. This is just, you know, empirical evidence. I don't know why I said it didn't have. It's just empirical evidence. I don't have any like actual evidence on it. It's just my gut feeling is sometimes in Vim, sometimes in VS Code, the error message I get isn't as helpful as building in the command line. 100% both Go and Rust, I have done this, and I stand by that. But, you know, sometimes I'm like, is it just me? Am I just dented? Possibly I'm a little dented. Don't ask my friends. We broke out both SQL and routes-based functions into their own files. Let's see. We made a directory for SQLX called storage. We made routes its own file-based mod. Okay. Moved all the code. Oh, Sergeant Pepper. I've never used rustication Vim. Do you like it? Can I add it to Vim? Maybe we'll add it sometime. Maybe we'll add it sometime. All right, made a directory called a. All right, moved all the code. Not much to say on this. Just moved it. Was there anything else that we really covered? I don't think so. We covered the two different ways of doing this. Then we just moved the code. It was pretty simple. Pretty straightforward day. Okay. I did show you how to use like SQLite Viewer. Showed SQLite Viewer to see stuff was in the database. And you know what? Let's actually validate that we have stuff going in the database. All right, let's do that right now. All right, let's do, let's see, cargo, run, yep, looks good. We're gonna do that. We're gonna add a new one. We're gonna say completed. Okay, let's see, we'll do, Rust mods, yeah. There's our task. Oh, we actually died. Wait. We're in the wrong place. There we go. And we're actually on a wrong port here. Let's see. Because we switched to port 8081 for reasons. 8081 for reasons. All right, let's go and see if that's there. Let's do it. Open database. Code. Thank you for opening in the most dented possible way. There we go. Day 7. To-dos DB. Open up. Browse data. To-dos. Rust mods. We should have said completed, but it's good enough. It's good enough. It's working. It is working. Fantastic. All right. So what I'll do for next time, I will commit this the morning of. I'll push this like an hour before class starts. So people that are just wanting to join in that haven't been there, because I do want you to write the code, I will have this pushed out for you so that you can pull it if you haven't been joining in and want to get your hands dirty. I don't want your code to look like mine, honestly. Like, that's not the idea. I want you to write it your own, do some of your own stuff, experiment with it, play with it, and let's move on. Okay, let me change the title. Thanks for reminding me. Kubernetes 101. I was gonna do configuration, but I don't know that we're quite ready to config maps, because we need an app that we configure via our config maps. And our app isn't quite ready to do that, right? We'd have to change our app a little bit. So next week I was planning on going through and actually configuring our application really well and changing stuff to not just be arguments, but be like leveraging a config map a little bit better. I guess there's multiple ways to use a config map, but I can't really show that off with our app as it is. I'm thinking. We really need to add a little bit more configuration to the to-dos app. To make the configuration really worthwhile. but that's what I had planned. All right. If we don't do configuration, because I wanted to show off config maps and how to use them, but we don't really... I don't know. Maybe we just call Kubernetes off for today. Maybe we just call Kubernetes off for today and work on Twitch alerts a little. It's kind of what I'm feeling, because I'm kind of feeling like I can't do what I wanted to do. And I feel bad for the people that joined. So I you know what? Do this. Let's cover a Kubernetes topic. If somebody has an issue, throw it out there. And we'll do it. That's what we'll do with Kubernetes today. Because, so there's like two things that I want to do. Configuring your services, but we're not there. So we've been doing it alongside this Rust project. And so we could like pull some random project to configure, but don't really want to do that. And then the other thing that I wanted to do was to do just a little bit of basic storage. And that's what we're going to do with this database as well. Just a little bit of basic storage. But we're also not quite there for that, especially because we kind of need the configuration to be in place. And we've learned services, we've learned basic deployments, replica sets, pods. We can do a review. We need to get the second service done on this to have the network, because the other thing is we're going to do networking between two services and DNS, but we have to have the two services. So really we have to have a lot more Rust episodes than we have to have Kubernetes one. Maybe we do a Kubernetes every once in a while, and because like what I'm finding is I just don't have enough time to get all of the Rust stuff done to follow along with our Kubernetes one. Should we have like every other week be Kubernetes and in the middle we do something else? Yeah, let me draw that out. Like right now, where's today's date? I made a new one for today, right? Yeah. No, this was not for today. No, that was today. No, this was not today. Let's just make a new one. Yeah, this was today. Oh, this was today. Okay. Let's delete that one. Yeah. I only need one for each day. Okay. So every Saturday. Sorry, I'm just thinking. We do a Rust 101 and a Kubernetes 101. But I'm using the application that we build in the Rust 101 because it allows us to like be familiar with the application. What I find hard with Kubernetes is when your application doesn't use it, it's an abstract idea to learn. But maybe we do this where this is like every other week we do distributed. Oh, I have distributed stuff. Distributed system design. I think that's what we're going to do. And then, the next Saturday is back to Kubernetes. Or maybe it's Kubernetes or this. If we're ready for the next Kubernetes thing, we'll do it. If we're not, I'll have a distributed system design thing to do. How's that sound? Bed sitter. That's what I wanted. So we'll do it like this. Yeah. Or I'm sorry. I'm just not moving as fast as I would have liked. In the Rust. It takes longer to do some of these things. We just moved files around today. That's all we did. That, or we can take an external app. So what would you guys prefer? Would you like to keep doing it with our own app where we can edit it and make changes to work with Kubernetes? Because I thought that was a nice thing. Or would we like to just deploy random crap that we find on the internet? We can also do that. And this is a pipe, not an I. This is a pipe. That's an or. I'll just type or. Unless you guys say anything, I'm gonna go with this. Because it's gonna be like every third week that we have a Kubernetes thing to do, unfortunately. You guys are not talkative anymore. All your talkative went out. All right. So I'm going to just go with this since nobody said anything. I'm going to say that this is what you guys voted for. Because Twitch voted. There we go. And then, you know what we're going to do? I have a little bit of time left. I'm not prepared to do any of my security or blockchain or distributed systems today. I didn't prepare to do those. I kind of only prepared to do the config, which I wasn't prepared to do, obviously. And we're not even going to be prepared to do it next week either. So it won't be Kubernetes next week. It will be distributed system design. All right, new challenge. Since you guys don't want to talk about this, what do you want to learn in distributed system design next week? Leave a comment. Post it in Twitch. Or I'm also okay with taking Kubernetes topics. Like if there's a topic that you guys would like information on, that's not like part of like building out a working service on Kubernetes, let me know. You voted for this. So basically what happened, Apollo, was our Rust project isn't ready for the next step of our Kubernetes project, which was to configure it. And part of configuring requires having the second service. So our Rust project is going to have two services because I want to show you guys how to do gRPC and everything between two services. So like, yes, is it overcomplicated for a to-do app? Yes, that's kind of the point. The point is to do all of these things. And show you like basically have a working microservice architecture for anybody that wanted to try to use it in a production. But our Rust project isn't moving along fast enough to do the next Kubernetes thing. And so what I'm going to do is basically, instead of just trying to do the next Kubernetes thing, I'm going to do Kubernetes 101 or Kubernetes topic that gets requested in Discord that's interesting, or a distributed design interview algorithm, whatnot, also can be voted on. So if there's like a distributed system design thing that you guys would like to go over, happy to do that. If there's a Kubernetes topic, happy to do that. Basically, if there's a Kubernetes topic, if there's a Kubernetes 101, we'll do that. If there's not, and somebody has requested a Kubernetes topic, we'll do that. And if there's not that, and nobody's requested a system design topic, then I will come prepared with a system design topic to just do. Does that sound good to everyone? And I'm sorry, I hadn't really thought this through. I was just like, I'm going to do config maps. But we really don't have anything to config map yet, which is the frustrating part. There's no network to configure. There's no, no nothing. Kubernetes and Docker are related systems, but we can talk about Kubernetes 101, the very first one that we did. Since I don't have anything better, let's do that as a topic. Did I make a folder? I don't think I did. We'll make a folder for today, and we'll talk about that. All right. So what is Kubernetes versus Docker? And I'm going to try to clear up as many things. You know what? I'm going to turn the music off because I might make this a YouTube bite. I might make this a bite. So let me add a marker. Docker versus Kubernetes. So I successfully added a stream marker. Let's turn off the music. All right. Let's update the titles. Docker versus Kubernetes. Docker versus Kubernetes. I have to click the button. If I hit enter, it reloads, whatever. Okay. A fierce battle of people who don't understand. It's absolutely. Welcome, YouTube and Twitch. If you're new here, this was recorded on my live stream. You could more than welcome to join us on the live stream, twitch.tv/AmericCounts. That's where I live stream. And today we're going to talk about a topic called Docker versus Kubernetes. If you're new to both of these things, I want to lay the groundwork of what the differences are between the two. And, you know, there's a lot of similarities on some of the things that they do. And actually, Kubernetes can, in theory, leverage parts of Docker. So let's jump into it. All right, so we're going to first talk about what Docker is. So we're all familiar with our computer. This is a piece of hardware. From now on, I'm going to be talking about these as a node. That's how I generally refer to them. Whether it's a VM or a bare metal machine, I don't know, and I don't really care. Obviously, there are some reasons you might care, but for this conversation, it doesn't matter. So we have a computer, and on this, we have some sort of operating system. Now, our operating system can be broken down into two levels, especially here on Linux. We have the kernel, and then we have the user space. And this is being a little bit simplistic, but that's fine. User space. Okay, so in the traditional sense, a VM is the full stack with both user space, user space, and kernel space on it. And this is on virtual hardware, a virtual node. So virtualized hardware, virtualized memory, virtualized disk, virtualized everything. This is the classic VM. I'm not going to draw. My drawings garbage. This is your classic VM. So what's Docker? And if you're using something like KVM, this doesn't actually have to sit in user space. This VM. A lot of the times these VMs sit straight on the kernel. Happy days. KVM, shout out. Great project. Okay, so that's your classic VM. What's Docker? Well, Docker is this thing that allows you to isolate a process. Now, this process doesn't run in any of this stuff. So a lot of times you say, like, you have an application that runs in a VM. Well, Docker doesn't do this. Docker will sit here, and I have Docker on my computer. So let's get rid of this. We can do Docker PS, and you can see Docker is running, and it can list these things that are running on my computer. Cool. But Docker itself doesn't run this. So a lot of the times you think of some VM thing that's running this. I'm going to put this back up here, and we're going to put KVM. So KVM is running this, or it could be Hyper-V in Windows. There is something that is running this, and this thing is important. It's the thing that's making the virtual memory, the virtual networks, the virtual everything. And so VMs run on these hypervisors. They run on a hypervisor. So a lot of times people think what Docker does is Docker runs your isolated process. Now, a lot of the times people get this wrong, and they say that this is Docker and that this isolated process runs on Docker. And this is the first thing that's just not true. Docker runs here, yes, but this isolated process runs straight on your kernel. It runs straight on. It has no access to your user space, your user space. Let's make this a little wider. It only has access to the user space that you package inside of it. And Docker here it's not running in Docker. It's not running on Docker. It's not running around Docker. All Docker does, or the Docker command line. Now, if we're talking about Docker Desktop provides a lot of stuff, and we're not getting into that. But all Docker, the command line does, is it provides you a command line utility to create this isolated process running on whatever kernel that you have. This isolated process does not have its own kernel. It doesn't have any of that type of stuff. It is merely a packaged user space set to run your process. This is what Docker is. I'm going to pause for just a second to see if anybody has any questions about where we are. And I know that we're explaining a lot because I want people to understand the difference between Kubernetes and Docker. I've had this question multiple times, and so it has to be something people are wondering about. And so I'm going to try to answer it as thoroughly as possible. Dutch, the verses is clickbait. The verses is clickbait. Welcome to Twitch and YouTube. I don't do clickbait very well, but, I'm trying. I have actually been asked, what is Kubernetes versus Docker? So that's why it comes up like that. That's the question I get asked multiple times. So, all right, so this is what Docker does. It's an isolated process. And when I mean isolated process, I mean literally an isolated Linux process. That's what it is. It doesn't have any you'll notice there's no virtual node here. There's no kernel. These two things are specifically missing from this. It's using this kernel and it's using this hardware. This is why it's also not as strongly as not a strong isolation as a VM is. Okay? Now, this is what a container is. This isolated process. A better name for it, one that we've talked about, is container. That's what a lot of people refer to it as. This is your container. Or sometimes they'll call it your Docker image. This could be your Docker image. It could be a container image. Those are all the same names for the same thing. Let's actually list them all out here. Docker image, Docker image. These are all referring to the same thing. And we're not talking about Docker Swarm. Not talking about Docker Swarm because that would be a versus. Docker Swarm and Kubernetes are a versus. Nobad and Kubernetes are a versus. Absolutely. But let's move on. Okay, so these are what a lot of people, when they refer to Docker, they're referring to these containers. Now, Docker on my machine, again, is just a command line utility that helps me create these on my machine. Create, manage, pull new images. It has a lot of functionality that helps you do this. Now, let's talk about what Kubernetes is. Now, we're talking about a single node here. Kubernetes, by design, and I'm just going to talk about, I'm going to do this as node now to make it a little bit easier. Kubernetes, by design, let's space these a little bit more appropriately. There we go. Is not caring about a single node. What it wants to do is it wants to orchestrate processes across nodes. So I'm going to put Kubernetes up here. Now, Kubernetes actually runs on these nodes itself, but we're just going to imagine that Kubernetes is running not on these nodes because, in fact, it can. Kubernetes itself can run on another subset of nodes, and the nodes that actually do the work, and this is actually best practice, are a different group of nodes. All right, so we don't care where it's running, and we don't care that it's actually several things. Kubernetes isn't a single thing. Kubernetes, its job is to run isolated processes. I'm going to just shorthand that to container here, and manage these across multiple nodes. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you so much. And to manage these across the nodes. Now, what does Kubernetes leverage to do this? Well, by default, it leverages containers. It leverages a project called Containerd. Containerd. Now, if everybody's like, oh, it uses Containerd, it doesn't use Docker, they would be a misinformed. I was going to say something a little harsher, but they'll be misinformed. We'll just go with misinformed. Trying to be a little nicer. They'd be misinformed. Containerd is a project made by Docker. And Docker actually leverages Containerd. Docker is really the CLI, and it actually uses Containerd to make these things. When you install Docker, you install Containerd, and it does these things. So by default, Kubernetes uses Containerd on the nodes. We'll make this one node a little bit fatter. To make it has to be a real wide one. There we go. To make containers that's running on the kernel. Again, if we were visualizing it like we made the big node over here, we would have a kernel. We would have a kernel here. This container sitting right there, and it's leveraging Containerd. Now, Kubernetes actually leverages Containerd directly to run these containers. It doesn't have the Docker CLI because it's not a CLI tool that you really want to use. To be fair, you don't really want to use this. You can use Containerd directly, and it's not nearly as fun as Docker. Docker provides a lot of nice wrappers around things. Okay, so this is kind of like a zoomed in view of Kubernetes management on a single node here. So you can kind of think of Kubernetes as leveraging Docker. It's only leveraging a part of Docker. It's not leveraging the Docker CLI. It doesn't care about a CLI because this is a CLI, or Docker desktop on your Windows or Mac is also doing some VM stuff to pipe your stuff to Linux, because again, all of this is a Linux construct. There are Windows containers. We're not talking about Windows containers. And so this is Kubernetes. Kubernetes is orchestrating and these isolated processes across nodes. Does this make sense? And does this make sense why Dutch joined in and said it's not really a versus? It's not. Kubernetes leverages containers, leverages Docker. It used to leverage the Docker CLI because there wasn't this OCI format, this specification. But now there's this specification that Containerd implements. And Docker is really just the CLI that uses Containerd. Sure, this is not the full architecture. Just to be clear, there is, actually Kubernetes doesn't call Containerd. What happens is, like, Kubernetes, if you wanted to get into it, there's a Kubernetes client. This Kubernetes client is called kubectl, not kubectl. The kubelet, and the kubelet calls the container. I wasn't breaking down the whole architecture, but the kubelet calls Containerd. Containerd makes the container. The kubelet does other stuff too. It manages the networking for the node as well. Again, that's getting a little bit more into the architecture of that. My point was more to share of Kubernetes versus Docker at a high level, because people ask. You're not the first person to ask. I've been asked several times. Kubernetes versus Docker kind of looks like this. It's not a versus. It's a yes, Kubernetes and Docker. Now, can you configure the kubelet to not use Containerd? Yes, you can. You absolutely can. So you can actually have a Kubernetes cluster that doesn't use Containerd. You can have a Kubernetes cluster that doesn't use containers. You can actually use VMs if you want. You do this because this is the Containerd, like I said, I say recent, it's been like 2 or 3 years, has the OCI specification, the API. And this container API or pod interface can actually be intercepted by something that's not creating pods and can create VMs for you. So it can be done. And if people want to do that, we can spend a Saturday and do that. We can make a Kubernetes cluster that does VMs. Absolutely. Those are all like well beyond the conversation at hand. The conversation at hand was Kubernetes versus Docker. And the answer is, like, it's just not an answer. It's not a question. That's probably the better thing. The more you understand that Docker can be leveraged, or Containerd, which again is part of, was created. I know it was gifted to the CNCF, but it was created by Docker, and it's the default engine Docker uses to create containers. So yeah, and Containerd is the default for Kubernetes. You use kubeadm to install Kubernetes. You use Containerd. And yeah, there's a lot of stuff the kubelet can do, a lot of things that you can change, but that's well beyond this conversation. If you're watching me on YouTube, want to see more of this live,
twitch.tv/merrickcounts. If you guys are on Twitch already, let's continue on. I hope this answered your question well enough, Apollo. Sergeant Pepper, gRPC sounds interesting. I convinced my director to let me use Rust for our new APIs. So I'm still figuring out what I want to use. gRPC looks like it might get included. I love gRPC. I actually love gRPC. REST is for public. gRPC is for private. This is generally what I follow and what I have all of my teams follow. It's a lot to follow. Sure. This is why I use terminology like isolated process, because it's just a Linux process. That's all it is. And it just packages everything that process needs, because this process doesn't have access to any of the user space on the node. So there's some user space here. This container doesn't have access to it. It's just an isolated process that runs on this kernel. So do you think it's a good deal to start with Docker before you get into Kubernetes, since Kubernetes leverages that stuff? Yeah, you need to have a good idea of what a container image is. Like, you don't need to be a whiz at the Docker CLI. I don't think you need to be over here being like, I know this really advanced, like, like Docker command, whatever. You don't need to be a wizard at Docker. You need to have a good understanding of the fundamentals of what a container is. You need to know how to build a container image and how they get pulled and what container repositories look like. Beyond that, no, you don't need to know any more than that. You don't need to get into Docker Compose. You don't need to get into Docker Swarm. You don't need to understand any of those more advanced Docker things to get into Kubernetes. All you really need to know is what a container is and why you would use one. Dutch, you have a good point. You can even layer REST on top of your gRPCs. So you have public APIs backed by gRPC. 100%. Basically what an architecture I like, if you have like this REST API, and now this depends. I'm assuming since you're talking about gRPC, you're having internal communication. So either some microservices or some other services, service one, you have some other services back here. I don't care how many. Inconclusive. Service 2, this here, gRPC. And then this is like a REST API where people are hitting, they're doing. Now, you can, in the future, if you like, actually expose a gRPC API. I don't love doing that, but yeah. If you need privileged mode, do you need containers, Kate? I don't know what you mean by that. I don't know what question you're asking. We are 450 followers away from our goal of 1,000 followers, which you guys get an entire stream. Actually, I'm working on a video just for that. You guys get a funny video just for that. If you're creating a container that requires privilege mode to run, should you be using containers at all? Two things. That's a pretty advanced topic for people here. But basically, you can, what Dutch is saying is you can make a container that breaks out of its container. That's privileged. That does privileged things. And so it can hit what it can do is what most people leverage this for is to actually hit the kernel and do kernel level things. GPUs were a big one. Now, there's been a lot of work to avoid privilege mode, so you don't have to run in privilege mode. There are still things that you have to do that are privilege mode. And then the question becomes, should you use containers at all? Or should you use a VM? Or whatnot. I think this is a hard general to answer thing, but my general stance would be is if everything you're doing on Kubernetes, if you're already leveraging Kubernetes for everything else, the answer is probably yes. And this is how I do it. So with Kubernetes, you can taint and toleration. And what I say is privileged container can only run on pink nodes. And pink nodes can only run one container. So these pink nodes are privileged. And they can only run on a single node. And so this is my isolation for that. You could have done a VM, but if we're running in the cloud, it's actually easier to just stand up specific nodes for these containers of the right size anyhow. So this is actually really not difficult for Kubernetes. And then you can have this privileged node that accesses this, and it's fairly well isolated. And if you're already leveraging Kubernetes for everything else that you do, this makes it so that you don't have to break out of that and do something different. And you have fairly good isolation. If you're in something like GKE or something, you can have a node pool. So this is what I like doing. There's actually a pink node pool over here. So that's actually in a different node pool altogether, which you can actually give different policies to and whatnot. So it's kind of hyper isolated over here. Sergeant Pepper, not to be argumentative, I don't think Kubernetes allows you to scale. I think it allows you to manage microservices. I have a video called the microlith. I didn't know somebody else coined that term, okay? Because so many people were like, dude, this already exists as a term. And I didn't know microlith was actually a term. Dang it. I was so proud of myself too. I don't think Kubernetes allows you to scale. I think that this is a longer explanation, and I'll make a video on it. Let me put this, let me make this as a video on distributed systems. New note, Kubernetes does not let you scale. Kubernetes lets you manage microservices. I mean this in the nicest way. I like Kubernetes. I teach Kubernetes. I help people with Kubernetes. Kubernetes, if you are having struggles scaling and don't understand why you're having troubles scaling, Kubernetes is not your solution. The solution to scaling is different things. And that we can have topics on how to scale. We'll do like a basic intro, debugging distributed bottlenecks. Let's see, basic introduction to scaling. This is going to include up versus out, stuff like stateless ECT. Okay. Yes, you are correct that Kubernetes allows you to scale your deployments and stuff. Where was our stream life? Stream life, come back. Wait. Where were we? Okay, close all of these. That's not the ones we were on. I lost it. Where were we? Oh no. Where were we, everyone? I need help. Thanks, Dutch. Wait 1 second. I forget where our drawing was. I thought I created it here, but it appears not. Did I do it in distributed system? No. Was it Kubernetes? Oh. Yeah. Okay, here we go. Sorry. This was it. All right. So you're right, Sergeant Pepper. You're right that it allows you to do replica sets. It allows you to do deployments that will allow you to scale these containers here. Absolutely. But my point is that adding another container, if this container has state, adding more doesn't help. It actually breaks it. And so the art of scaling this isn't intrinsic to Kubernetes at all. It's not intrinsic to it at all. The way we scale big systems, you can also scale this up. You can make this a bigger node. You can make this a real chunky boy that is going to take your workload and just chew it up. There are massive EC2 instances out there. 99.9% of people don't need more than the biggest one out there. You can scale vertically. My point is, and the reason I get picky about this is people think that Kubernetes is going to solve their scaling issue. But if you have an issue scaling, it doesn't solve it. Unless if your issue is management. Unless if your issue is management of microservices, which again, I contend that that's what it's good at, it doesn't solve any scaling issue. 100%. But and Sergeant Pepper, 99% of your work in Kubernetes is stateless because that's how you scale it horizontally. That is my point. You're scaling horizontally. Your architecture for your application is stateless because that's how you scale it. That's one of the techniques leveraged to actually scale. That is my point. Sorry, I get so excited about this because I get excited about it because Kubernetes. So many people think that they're going to adopt Kubernetes to solve their scaling issue. And their scaling issue is actually an application issue. It's their architecture issue, their application issue. It's a bottleneck issue. It's one of those issues. Unless you come to me and say, Merrick, I can scale. I just can't manage all of the microservices I have. And then I'm like, Kubernetes can do that for you. 100%. It can manage your applications beautifully. It doesn't scale your infrastructure. I know that there's horizontal auto scaling groups and things that you can do that tie into the cloud, but it's really the cloud scaling your infrastructure for you and just automatically adding it to your Kubernetes cluster. We can get into the technicalities of that. But I think that this is a really important, and I need to do this on Kubernetes. Distributed system. Kubernetes does not let you scale. Right. Kubernetes is not the thing that enables you, enables scaling. The idea is that Kubernetes is the thing that is there when you need to help you manage your scaling. Right, Sergeant Pepper. And I'm sorry if I get like so excited. It's not because I'm like, and like I know I said I disagree with you, but I think disagreement is good because it gives us discourse. It gives us this ability to talk. We should be disagreeing and we should be open to disagreeing. And I don't disagree because I'm upset. I disagree because like I actually think that this is a problem people get into. Too many people tell me, well, I thought it was going to help me scale, but my crappy app still can't scale. And it's like, you need to get scaling. Scaling is one thing, and management of your scaling application is a completely different thing. It lets you manage that, and that's what it's really good at. And if that's your problem, if management of your scaling is your problem, 100%, that's what Kubernetes does. That's what it's great at. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. I get excited about these things. I'm not upset at anybody. If I get excited about something, this is what I live as like I try to take the approach with my educational stuff. I don't do the clickbaity stuff. I do a little bit of the clickbaity stuff, but I really don't. My goal is to actually help people think about these tools that they leverage. Hopefully. Scaling is a lifestyle. Oh, okay. Well. Okay. There's my rant on that. These are good topics. Does anybody else? Okay, so I only have about 10 more minutes left. Does anybody else have topics for distributed systems that they'd like to go into? Traceability is a really big one. We should do like a introduction, and then start covering more advanced topics. High level concepts, whatnot. So basically, again, this is because I have failed, and I can't do a Kubernetes one every single week. We're going to have, because the app isn't following along as quickly, we're going to do distributed systems or Kubernetes topics. Now, I'm going to rely on you guys to ask these questions, because what happened is we had some live questions today, but I didn't get to prepare for it. What I want to do next weekend is actually prepare for these. Have some of these things drawn out, have maybe a little bit more well thought, some notes, instead of just rambling. So I want you to ask blockchain, distributed systems. Don't ask blockchain. Distributed systems, Kubernetes, career advice. I'm happy to give some career advice. You know, I consider myself acceptable on the career advice. My career advice is all career advice should be taken with a grain of salt, including that. So there you go. Service meshes. Okay. Service meshes is a big topic. Big topic. Let's talk about it. Service meshes. What we'll do is we'll do an introduction. Introduction. Not Kate's specific. We can do this next week. If nothing more interesting comes up, we can do the high level introduction. What, why, how, when, where, who. All the H and W questions. We'll ask all the all the interesting questions about service meshes. We'll cover them. Spoiler, I'm skeptical of service meshes. And you know what? I will present. Service meshes work with, I'll leave, you know what? I'm going to leave that for next week. You got to join the stream next week or watch the bites. I will be making these into bites as we do it. So watch the bites or, join the stream. I'm going to also talk to you about the, oops, that was not what I meant. The alternatives. Because there are oh gosh. There are reasons why you would use service meshes. But I also think that there are reasons you shouldn't, and some good alternative architectures that you can leverage in lieu of a service mesh. So we'll go over this next week if nobody else has anything. But please feel free to leave. There are a bunch of channels to talk in the Discord. Jump on the Discord. I believe you can get a link just by typing !Discord. If you're new, go there. If you don't know where my YouTube channels are, you can type !YouTube and you can see YouTube channels there. The Null Bytes is a new one that I'm started where I'm taking these live streams and I'm putting those. I'm taking just some of the interesting bites, so not everything from the live streams makes it there. But I'm trying to do some of these live recordings where we have topics and we do these things, and those will make it there. The Null Labs is kind of the main one where I do like bigger long form content. I've been rethinking how I do that to make it more YouTube friendly, and I'm doing more of my education here live on Twitch. Anyways, that's it for me today. Thank you everybody that followed today. It was amazing. Thank you for everybody that joined in. And thank you for Dane, his resub for 3 months. Dane, you're a legend. Thank you so much. I've got to call it a day for right now. I might jump on later this evening to work on the Twitch alerts a little bit more. But for now, we're going to find another Twitch enthusiast to raid. All right. Now, you guys know the drill. We're looking for underappreciated Twitch streams. Underappreciated Twitch streams that should, otherwise I'm just gonna drop you into Milky Learning Zig. But I'd rather find an underappreciated software and development channel. Mr. Ray. Let me find it. Not a tag. Mr. Ray. 3D space game in Rust. Sounds good. All right, so I'm going to challenge you all to go over. I have not ever seen Mr. Ray yet, but I'm going to guess that he's fantastic since he's writing in Rust. Go ahead and give him a follow. Actually, check out his stream if you don't mind. That would do me a huge favor because, I had up to 20 viewers for a little while, but it took a very long time for me to get to that. So go give them some love. And check it out. Thank you all for watching today. Go join the raid. And yeah, thank you so much for joining. See you guys all next week.